history. I request the dignitaries to inaugurate the conclave by lighting the inaugural lamp. Sir, please.
Shubham kurutvam kalyanam arogyam dhanasampadah. Shubham kurutvam kalyanam arogyam dhanasampadah. Shatru buddhi vinashaya दीपज्योतिर्नमोस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोस्तुते. Shubham kurutvam kalyanam आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः. शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः.
Today, we are honored to have with us an assembly of business leaders, academicians, and students for the first National Construction Management Conclave. KIIT deemed to be University, India's first 5-star rated university in QS ratings of 2021, is amongst the top 10 private universities in India to have received the Institution of Eminence status by the Ministry of HRD, Government of India. It is the state's first fledgling university to obtain a rank of 251 to 300 in Times Higher Education World Universities Rankings and has been ranked #1 among self-financing institutions of the country in the Atal Ranking of Institutions on Innovation Achievements 2020. Excelling not only in terms of education, but also in sports and extracurricular, 3 students from the university proudly represented India at the Tokyo Olympics 2020. Recently, our student Duti Chand received the prestigious Arjuna Award from Honorable President Shri Ramnath Kovind.
KIIT deemed to be university having a student strength of 30,000 from across 65 countries, along with its sister university, Kalinga Institute of Social Sciences, KISS, world's first exclusive fully free tribal university for 60,000 tribal children, were founded by Professor Dr. Achyuta Samanta, Member of Parliament, Lok Sabha, a visionary social architect and philanthropist, and one of the greatest educational leaders of India. Professor Samanta embarked on a social development mission in 1992, using education as the strategic medium to eradicate poverty, a goal envisaged by the global leaders as one of the Sustainable Development Goals.
To give the welcome address, we have Professor Dr. S.K. Mahapatra, Director of KIIT School of Management. Dr. Mahapatra has over 35 years of corporate and academic experience in various Indian and multinational corporations and institutions. He is a widely acknowledged HR thought leader, strategist, and turnaround specialist. Sir, kindly address the gathering.
Good morning. Esteemed Pro Vice Chancellor, Professor Saranjit Singh, keynote speaker, Ganeshji, all the esteemed speakers at this conclave, my fellow directors and deans of KIIT deemed to be university, dear faculty colleagues, esteemed guests, and above all, my dear students, the lovable KIITians. At the outset, let me extend warm greetings to you on behalf of Honorable Founder, Professor Achyuta Samanta, and our esteemed Vice Chancellor, Madam Sasmita Samanta, and the entire management team of KIIT deemed to be university. On behalf of the schools of Civil, Mechanical, and Electrical Engineering of KIIT deemed to be university, and on behalf of KIIT School of Management, I take immense pleasure to welcome you all to the first ever national conclave we have organized exclusively dedicated to the construction industry. This is the 6th conclave in the academic year 21-22 in a series starting with the 12th edition of our mega HR conclave, followed by a conclave on analytics, a conclave on marketing, a conclave on finance, and a conclave on supply chain management. A conclave on healthcare management is to follow this conclave of today. The construction sector have been long considered like an also ran with industry, although historically and logically, if you see, it has always provided the foundation for industrial and economic development of any society, any nation. Somehow, it has been given much less visibility than the manufacturing sector within the broad category of industry. Construction sector has had a rustic image of soiled hands as compared to the sophisticated image of other sectors of industry. This perception has been changing fast with increasing realization among construction managers that they are lagging in adding value to business by lagging in digitization. As you know, the term Industry 4.0 gained currency in 2011, symbolizing the arrival of fourth industrial revolution. To give you a brief recap, the first industrial revolution was powered by mechanization. The second industrial revolution was powered by electricity. And the third industrial revolution was powered by the digital revolution. Many people confuse what is the difference between the third industrial revolution and the fourth industrial revolution when we are talking about digitization in the fourth industrial revolution also. The difference is that the full capacity of internet connectivity, connecting three important pillars. One is the people, second is the equipments and the materials, and third is the data. While these three things have developed in isolation, largely in Industry 3.0, the connectivity of all the three to maximize productivity has come in Industry 4.0. But unfortunately, Construction 4.0 lagged by about 5 years. I saw the first article that has come out, or the first publication that has come out on Construction 4.0 was only in 2016, 5 years late, 5 years later to the writings that cropped up regarding Industry 4.0. But the good news is the lag is much less compared to the lag that construction sector experienced during Industry 3.0, where there was a wide variance noticed in terms of adapting to automation, adapting to information technology, adapting to electronics in large-scale manufacturing. In construction sector, normally people thought that it's a brick and mortar area. How much can digitization help? But fortunately today there is a realization that right from planning to execution, digitization can play a great role in construction industry. That realization has come. I'll give you some examples how it has come. For example, if you see, these are called transforming construction technologies, like digital technologies like building information modeling, BIM, which we call in short form, or CDE, common data environment, unmanned aerial systems, cloud-based project management, augmented reality, virtual reality, artificial intelligence, cyber security, big data and analytics, blockchain, laser scanning technology, all these are now put into good use in construction. Similarly, on the other side of the technology is cyber physical systems, such as robotics, sensors, automation, IoT or Internet of Things, 3D printing, workers with wearable sensors, equipments with sensors, actuators, additive manufacturing, off-site and on-site construction, and the scope is endless. The reliability quotient of construction in terms of output, quality, and timely completion have increased manyfold by use of digital technologies and cyber physical systems. According to a Roland Berger publication, there are 4 keys to unleash the potential of digitization in construction industry. These keys are: first is digital data, which is essentially electronic collection and analysis of data. Second is automation, which is technology for more and more working autonomously. Third is connectivity, which is connection and synchronization of separate activities. Apparently, they were not connectable earlier. And fourth is digital access, which is mobile access to internet and internal networks. You can control your construction from anywhere. The construction sector has been shy of using these keys to digital transformation for far too long. But I think the waiting is over. The planning of this conclave could not have been better timed, as we have all seen how the government of India and the whole world is looking at India for a great post-pandemic economic recovery. In fact, the world is waiting for India to lead the economic recovery of the entire world, led by unprecedented thrust on the infrastructure building in India. If you just see the budget of 2022, almost 3% of the GDP is earmarked for construction. Capital expenditure outlay has been hiked by 34%. The Indian construction sector growth is expected to lead the GDP growth. As per an analysis by Standard & Poor, 1% increase in GDP spent on infrastructure in India would double the returns to 2% growth in resultant GDP and create 1.3 million new jobs. Just see the possibilities of augmenting construction sector. We all know the growth story of China. In 2019, just to give a comparison between China and India, China spent about 5.56% of its GDP on infrastructure, while India had spent only 1.8% just 2 years ago. But the budget 22 has earmarked almost 3%, 2.9% to be precise, for infrastructure. If the promise is made good, India will witness a GDP growth in excess of 8% by conservative estimates even. It is time to capitalize on this promise. India has an advantage of using technology for construction 4.0. Bulk of China's infrastructure built up took place under Industry 3.0. Remember, India is going to build its industrial infrastructure under Industry 4.0, which is rocket fueled by these transformational technologies. Thus, India has a competitive advantage in terms of availability of digital technology and cyber-physical systems for rapid scaling construction. During the course of this conclave, we are going to listen to many industry leaders who are leading the emerging trends and creating new trends in construction using both the digital technologies as well as the cyber-physical systems. Once again, I welcome you all to this conclave on emerging management trends in construction focused on digitization and lean construction. Kindly accept our heartfelt gratitude for sparing the time to be with us to share your ideas and experience. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir, for your pleasant address. We are delighted to have with us Dr. Saranjit Singh, Pro Vice Chancellor of KIIT deemed to be university in today's conclave. Dr. Singh has over 25 years of experience in teaching, research, and academic administrations. He has over 100 research publications in international and national journals, conferences, and seminars. He has held various leadership positions in KIIT deemed to be university. Sir, kindly address the gathering.
Thank you so much. I'm audible?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. A very esteemed chairman of the today's conclave, Professor S.K. Mahapatra ji. Good morning to everyone, and esteemed Dean, Professor S.N. Mishra ji from School of Management. All the esteemed colleagues and deans from School of Civil Engineering, Mechanical, Electrical, and all the allied schools, plus the directors, my very close friends, Professor Bennu and everyone who is there on the this inaugural meet. Esteemed chief guest and the keynote presenter of today's program, Mr. Ganesh, who happens to be a very close friend, at the same time a well-wisher of KIIT University, and all the esteemed panelists for today's program, and students, faculty members, and all the invited guests. A very good morning to all of you. And of course, today I'm feeling a little nostalgic because construction management activities or activities in the area of civil engineering, especially when we involve industry and institute together, I myself, along with Professor Benu, who happens to be earlier the Dean of School of Civil Engineering and then the director as well, we have been doing, and connecting with each other since last 7 years. And I don't think so there was any day which was been left out by us where we have been discussing about connecting with corporate, bringing those value back to the system here at KIIT. So I'm really, really happy to see that today, under the leadership of Dr. Mahapatra, we are now organizing the first National Conclave in Construction Management. This event is very, very important from many aspects as far as our university is concerned. First of all, let me praise everyone on the call today that School of Management under KIIT University had started a high-powered course with a specialization in construction management last year. And this year, probably we will be looking forward for a small batch. And this is a very unique course where we will be working very closely with the industry stalwarts and industries. And the last semester of this 2 years program is completely internship. And we are expecting a good footfall, and probably we should be able to get at least 30 good sparks to start with this program. So in that context also, this management conclave, construction management conclave is very, very important. Coming back to certain things which Professor Mahapatra has said, yes, sir, there are a lot of factors, if you ask, which is going to be very, very important, and it will going to influence the construction industry. Everyone will agree that construction industry as such per se globally is a huge industry. Probably this is the industry which provides the second largest manpower opportunities. This is an industry for which the forecast for 2022 is almost close to $30 billion. And Asia Pacific region is always the biggest as far as this entire chunk of business is concerned. So we are the leading, we have a whooping some close to 40-45% of stake. And in Asia Pacific region, of course, the two major giants are China and India. And in that case, if you can see, there are certain areas in certain sectors within the construction industry where China is leading, and then probably India is as well leading. We have done certain satellite events with respect to civil engineering and construction engineering at various locations in India earlier as well, where we have discussed all these aspects. But today's event is very, very unique because I could able to see a huge confluence of industry stalwarts. So there are CXOs, there are functional heads, and there are promoters as well of the companies which are coming today for the panel discussions which have been arranged. And the theme, if you see, is very, very contemporary with respect to the present situation. Just now we have come out of almost, and we do wish that we have come out of the pandemic, and the brick and mortar industry, especially construction industry, was probably the manufacturing industries were probably the most affected industries, because most of the sites were being closed due to this pandemic. So I'm hoping that this has been positioned at the right time, and the theme which has been considered is very, very apt, because there are two keywords I'll take it from here. One, we have been talking about lean, and another we are talking about digital. So lean, I'll definitely relate with circular economy, which is the need of hour. We have been talking about sustainable development goals. We have been talking about sustainability. Today, we have got stalwarts coming from allied industries of construction as well, from cement industry. Mr. Ganesh himself is one of those sparks within the corporate world in the cement industry, has been the CEOs of different companies. And carbon neutral and circular economy is something which is very, very important from that aspect as well. I'm sure some of the speakers today will touch upon these sensitive issues also. But at the same time, the other part which you have included, sir, the digital part is very, very important, because I've been talking to the dean and the professors there in the School of Civil Engineering as well as Mechanical, and I've been saying that probably we have to look into very seriously into our curriculum as well, and we have to ensure that we produce a civil engineer with a lot of inclination towards digital. I mean, so say, can we have digital civil engineering coming out from our campus? Can we have digital mechanical engineering coming out of our campus? Because the companies, if you go to, let me put a name. I mean, if you go to Tata Motors, they don't call themselves the typical automobile industry today. You might be seeing recent trends in Europe. I mean, what has been happening there? Because of the EVs coming into picture, there is a lot of disruptions with respect to losing of jobs and reskilling and so many things happening. Now, this is going to happen in India as well. Now, in that context, can we revamp our syllabus where we bring in a lot of digital interventions, and we say that the students who graduate from here are digital mechanical engineering, digital civil engineering. Now, in that context, 3 years back, we had a center of excellence which was been established with the help of then dean and professors, and Professor Benu was also involved. We have a center of BIM here at KIIT. I don't know how many of you might be aware. So when nobody was thinking about BIM in India, KIIT was one of the first universities which brought BIM as a part of our activity here. And we had a center of excellence, and we have a small society of the students who are actually working there. Unfortunately, last 2 years, everything was been closed down and everything was on virtual mode, and accessing this cluster of software in the BIM was not possible. But I'm looking forward, when we are opening the campuses in the month of March, this center of excellence will be again revamped, and especially the BIM center of excellence. And I'm looking forward to it, because I want students to understand the upstream activities of the construction projects on the design side, as well as on the operationalization of the projects as well. So today, the world has gone to a level, I'm sure you will agree, and most of the people who are there on the call today, that gone are the days when probably we have to go back and scribble on the sheets, and we'll note down how much material has been issued, how many people have come in, and then we put into Excel sheets, and then the project head used to look into that, and then late hours you'll have all the things, so that probably you complete the project on time, and so on and so on. So it's all handheld device today. So you have a small device which is handheld, you just key every data there, and everything has been taken care from there. There is an MIS built up there, so the senior people can look into those data and the progress of the projects, and everything can be controlled fantastically well. Now, with these kind of applications coming into picture, and especially in the Western countries, it is already very popular. And in India, when it comes, probably our students need to understand how to utilize these softwares or these platforms or these tools. And I'm sure today I could see we have got some companies here which are working in this area, like Earth. I think we met one of the co-founders of Earth 5-6 months back, and we have been having a dialogue where probably we can think of adding some value in the center of excellence in the BIM side which we have. So with all this, I feel this is a very, very coveted event with respect to the changes which are going to happen in the market. I'm not touch upon the base per se, that what are the other influencers on the construction industry, because probably there are the experts who will come forward, and today we'll have a lot of deliberation. We will be very happy to be a part of that. I wish all the best to the organizers, the entire faculty members, and everyone who has poured in their efforts to make this program come live today. And I'm thankful to all the esteemed panelists who have given their consent and who will be participating and sparing their time from the busy schedule. And I hope a large number of students participate today for this panel discussions, which has been planned in a very, very fantastic way. And they should gain at least the industry way and a lot of data points which is required for them to plan their career ahead. I also look forward to all the internal senior people like Professor Benu, Professor Tripathi, other professors who will be also participating into the panel discussion as a part of KIIT. So thank you, Professor Mahapatra, for bringing this insight into our event, where our faculty members will also express what actually they are doing in our school and in our university with respect to these requirements, which are actually industry has been every time coming forward and saying to us. I am thankful to the entire mentors and management of KIIT University for giving us the approval to host and conduct this program, and all the office bearers of this particular conclave. Thank you all. I should not forget mentioning the name of Professor Mohibullah, who was in the center of this activity because he has been involved end to end. And thank you everyone on the call today. And we look forward to have a very, very engaging, very, very fruitful discussions. And I'm thankful for chief guest of today's program. I'm looking forward to hear from Mr. Ganesh, who is one of the industry leaders, and probably there are a lot of other things we can discuss later. Thank you all, and have a good day.
Thank you so much, sir, for your bounteous words. The keynote speaker of today's conclave is Mr. Ganesh Jaipuntwar, Senior Executive Director, Dalmia Haripur. Mr. Jaipuntwar is an accomplished and highly adaptable global professional with nearly 27 years of experience in cement plant and manufacturing operations, management, logistics, planning, quality, and team management. He acquired global industrial experience in Canada, USA, UK, and India. He is skilled in managing day-to-day production and operation processes in order to achieve excellence in the organization. Sir, I request you to address the gathering.
So a very good morning to everyone, and have a happy Saturday. First of all, thank you very much for having me here as a keynote speaker, and thanks to Dr. Mahapatra, Mr. Saranjeev, and entire KIIT team. You know what? Whenever I interact with, particularly with KIIT, I really get inspired with Dr. Samanta's, Achyuta Samanta's achievements. Whenever I get a chance to meet him and listen to him, and always a question comes to my mind: how one person with such a limited resources could think about it. And it's really an inspiration, not only for personally for me, but for the entire country as well as the globe, I would say. And I think my compliments to him for creating such a wonderful happiness, not only in Odisha, but in giving that happiness to India as well as to the globe. And my compliments to entire KIIT team who has been contributing towards his success. I think that's a great thing to have in India. Particularly, I have been associated with all of you guys since many years now, and I've been listening about your achievements, and I feel really proud about it. So compliments to each one of you, including the students and everyone. So when I have been asked to talk about the emerging management trends in construction industry, one thing came to my mind, and when I accepted this to elaborate it further. We all know the construction industry has been infamous for creating the pollution, creating some kind of a disturbance in the community, maybe not sometimes not by following the right practices. But I think today I'm very much comfortable to say that this has become a past now. I think the way the construction industry has come up, and in particular, the manufacturing setups have come up in following the regulatory practices, not only in a letter and spirit, but on a habitual basis. It has become a behavior now in every construction industry, and particularly my experience abroad and in India, I think we have come so far. In day in, day out now, the cement manufacturing and overall entire construction industry has been focusing on a sustainability as a primary measure of success. Everyone is believing if we want to be profitable, we have to be sustainable. Ultimately, we are here to create the value for our stakeholders. And every stakeholder nowadays is looking for a sustainable organization. So construction industry has taken it as a real challenge, and really has been working in a very, very positive manner towards achieving those objectives. If you see in a recent history, we have witnessed several incidents that have really proved climate change to be catastrophic. And everyone understand that all these human activities are directly and indirectly responsible for it. I think as a manufacturer, we see today in industry, always consider its impact on the environment. Everyone is aware. Indian community is very much aware about the impact of each and everything, whatever any, not only construction industry, but any industry does, and what kind of impact it does on a climate as well as on their living. And construction industry is no different. But at Dalmia, we strongly believe that clean and green is profitable and sustainable. We want to be as clean as we can, as green as we can, which will give the profits to us and make our things sustainable. And I'm proud to say here that Dalmia Bharat's carbon footprint is 40% lower than the global average in the cement industry. We are lowest in the globe. And if you ask me, in the eastern part of India, we are way lower than what we are on the national average. As a primary value of a company, we have given utmost importance to reducing the carbon emissions in whatever we do, in the cement production, in usage of the resources, whatever resources we want to use. And every effort is directed towards getting carbon negative. And I'm very happy to share to this August gathering that we have taken the ambition to be carbon negative by 2040. We are one of the first few cement companies to commit to Mission Possible partnership and setting science-based targets. These efforts will take us to the net zero pathway. We have also committed in line with the Paris Agreement and guided by our 2050 United Nations Sustainable Development Goals to be net zero by 2050. So everyone will be really eager to ask, how do we do it? How did we think about it? We have prepared the plans and we have already started working on those by replacing the conventional fuels and raw materials with the alternative solutions. Our group continued to expand its overall renewable energy portfolio, its blended cement portfolio, and we are continuing to invest in the technology to reduce the adverse impact on the planet. That's the future we want to work on, believe in. And I think if you ask me as a cement industry leader and cement manufacturer who is very closely working with the entire construction industry, the emerging management trend in the construction industry has to be how do we become clean, green, which will make us profitable and sustainable. Our every efforts will have to be in that direction. As a primary measure for getting green, we have converted our product portfolio towards blended cement. The blended cement is basically one which consumes less clinker and less limestone. Limestone is a non-renewable resource, which is limited. So, and also if you calcine the limestone, you get more CO2. So to reduce the carbon footprint, it's really essential for us to reduce the limestone consumption. Our entire growth strategy is focused on having a green product portfolio in our bag, improving our environment friendly initiatives, such as maximizing the usage of alternate fuels, which will reduce the usage of fossil fuel, which will in turn reduce the carbon generation. We also are working on getting the technologies which will help us in reducing the carbon footprint. We are also working on getting those recycling technologies which will help us in consuming more and more low carbon resources, zero carbon resources, alternate resources, and still produce the high quality products. These initiatives are not only sustainable, but are also profitable. It is also helping us to enhance our operational efficiencies and also profitability while reducing our fuel related CO2 emissions and also the production related. We have planned to increase our through our alternate fuel and raw material program to increase our consumptions 3 times. I'm very happy to tell you that Dalmia is 20 times water positive. When I say water positive, I think just for your knowledge, we consume less water and generate more water, store more water, 20 times more water than what we consume. Not only that, we have also taken the initiative to transition toward the renewable power and stop using the thermal power, which will happen over the period of maybe next 20 years. So now, when the construction industry, and in particular the cement manufacturing, is on the path of creating excellence, A, through being sustainable, B, towards being a community friendly by various initiatives, I think our future lies in that. Our future lies in how can we be the value addition component of this mix. How do we create value for our community? How do we create value for our customers? How do we create value for our stakeholders? By being more green, more clean, and profitable and sustainable. And one component of this, apart from becoming sustainable, is how do we automate ourselves? How do we digitize ourselves? And as Dr. Mahapatra mentioned, the construction industry has been really slow on this. I must admit here. But I think now it's a time, and we have realized it with our experience from various industries in the globe. I think we are getting ready. The future construction will have to be a smart construction with the support and with the very high focus on the circular economic aspects, which is basically a sustainability. There are many instances where the industries, particularly the construction industries, have gone. Like I should give an example. We have been now switched over to robotics. We have the robo labs. Our quality control is completely fully automated, and the robots are being used. We have few plants in India where we have our quality control is completely done by using robots. There are many examples, like Dr. Sarandeep mentioned about the BIM. I think more we move towards this digitization, I think we will be able to bring the predictability in the system. In Dalmia, as I mentioned, we have gone for the construction robotics. We have also gone for using the different digital technologies to come up with the green products, like lightweight aerated cement blocks. We have been really successful in getting it into the market and convincing our customers how can we use it. We have also gone for various initiatives where we have completely automated our sales force. We have been using the digital tools for Salesforce and influencers to improve the connectivity. And then I think the one thing is really important for all of us, not only for construction but every industry. How do we make people aware about us as well as our intent? And digitization, digital tools are really a quick mechanism to create that speed. Because for every, and in particular the construction industry, the customer centricity is highly critical. It's really important for us to understand the needs of the customer and then respond to it. At the same time, we will have to be proactive in understanding their needs and come up with a different product portfolio or a different service mechanism which will help them in meeting the requirements in terms of quantity and quality. At the same time, how can we create value for that customer? So every construction industry, I think, is really thinking about it, is really working on that path. And this pandemic has further forced us to go digital, to move towards digital. I think that has been a blessing in disguise for us. But the industry has learned, and we are moving towards that. So when I look at the construction industry emerging management trends, and certain companies have started working on it, certain tools we have already started using. I think we are and certain tools we are exploring further things, like this building information modeling. It's a collaborative process which requires the multiple stakeholders inputs, like engineers, architects, builders, clients, and others. What it does is it assists in the builder in designing the project right from the conceptual stage and give the visibility, and it has a significant benefits which reduces the costs, which improve the efficiency, reduces your time of constructions, and I think you get the predictability in the quality also. The second trend nowadays we see, as I mentioned earlier, is the construction robotics. As we know, the construction is a labor-intensive industry, and the quality has as the highest importance. I think we have to be very focused on giving the consistent and the better quality. I think by bringing this automation like robotics, I think brings that consistency. For example, in bricklaying, welding, rebar tying, painting, I think the companies have started using it. I think I have seen in my experience in abroad. In India, I think as a cement manufacturer, we have been using these robots in quality control and quality assurance. I think this is a way to go, obviously keeping in mind the Indian context. Another area where the digitalization is really helpful is project management in construction industry. And many industries have started using it extensively, which brings the efficiency in managing the project, reduces the timelines, reduces the wastes, increases the workforce efficiency, and also ensures that the projects are completed in time. Another very important and I think the mostly sought after initiative nowadays is this green buildings. It's nothing but one way of creating the sustainability in industry as well as in the community. When I say green, how much environment friendly measures I use in construction of this building? What kind of a benefits I get by using? How much carbon footprint I'm able to use I'm able to reduce by having this green building? I think this is going to be a way forward for us, and I think people have started realizing this, and I think you will see a lot of examples of the green building nowadays in India also, for which there are the certifications, there are awards also. Another area where I think this digitalization is going to help us and is 3D printing. This is a technology which can be used to create the construction components or to print entire building. It allows faster and more accurate construction of complex. The advantage it has is and I think in this, by using 3D printing, engineers can create a new prototypes, even those with the complex internal structures and geometrics, address problems, find solutions without ever leaving the working environment. The main benefits of 3D printing is, I think, you plan it in advance, save on the tooling cost, reduce waste. I think overall it reduces the duration and improves the efficiency. So when I look at the construction industry as overall, I think we are on the right track, whether it's a cement manufacturing or the building construction. Everyone, I think every manufacturer is moving towards attaining their ESG goals, SDG goals, trying to reduce the carbon footprint by using the alternate resources, going for the carbon sinks, going for the carbon capture, even going for the renewable powers like solar, wind, and waste heat recovery systems, and in particularly in the cement manufacturing. And we believe that that's the way to go. And I think we have the responsibility, moral responsibility towards the community to create that value by reducing the carbon footprint, achieving the net zero carbon status as fast as possible, creating the environment where people and the community will start getting a cleaner environment, greener environment, at the same time making people believe through our community initiatives that what it takes for them to be green and to be clean. I think thank you very much for giving this opportunity for me to have an interaction with all of you. It was really wonderful. I think all the best to the organizers for having this for their success. I think this initiative of having this conclave, I think, will add a lot of value personally to me, as well as to the people who are attending it, and to the people who are deliberating on this. I think this is the right time for us to think about how can we bring certain novelties, certain innovations in the construction industries, which will help the community. I think these deliberations will help each one of us. So all the best to each one of you. Thank you very much for having me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. It was truly an enlightening address. We are sure that students and other participants learned a lot from your address. I now request Professor Mohibullah, the convener of First National Construction Management Conclave and professor at the School of Civil Engineering, to propose the vote of thanks. Sir, kindly address the gathering.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to all the guests. We are at the end of inaugural session now. Honorable dignitaries and chief guest, it's my privilege to extend vote of thanks on behalf of this institutions. I want to express my gratitude to Honorable Chief Guest, Senior Executive Director, Mr. Ganesh Chirkuntwar, who spared his precious time for us and graced the occasion with his presence. He has long demonstrated about the present scenario and need of change in the construction industry. He talked about sustainability. He talked about, it's the need of construction industry. We need to cut short carbon emissions. He talked about how his industry is cutting carbon emissions, and they have the target to make it carbon zero by 2040. He also talked about automation and robots, role of robotics in the construction industry. He talks about digital transformation, the need of hour. So he, makes us understand about, how technology plays important role in the industry to make it more sustainable. I will also thank our leadership team of KIIT, particularly our honorable founder, sir, Dr. Achutya Nanda Samanta, honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Sasmita Samanta, for always being as a motivation for us, always inspiring us to have such programs. I would like to thank Dr. S. Malik and the entire corporate relation team. I would like to thank all the backup team who are working with me to make this event a success. And special thanks to Professor Surya Misra, who from the back end have helped everything to launch this program. So I would like to extend heartiest thanks to all those who helped me make this auspicious beginning. Now we'll move to the next event. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. With this, we come to the end of the inaugural part of the conclave. The link for the first panel discussion will remain the same. We will take a break for 5 minutes and join back with the same link for the panel 1 discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
The journey of the Kalinga Institute of Industrial Technology, KIIT deemed university, from an humble and modest industrial training institute to being an institution of eminence with overwhelming global acclaim is indeed incredible. Starting in the year 1992-93 in a rented building with 12 students, 2 teachers, and an investment of 5,000 rupees, or say $100, has now grown into a prolific academic conglomerate and a world-class university with the Center of Excellence and Institution of Eminence tags. Founded and grown by the visionary academician, educationist, humanitarian, and social entrepreneur Dr. Achyuta Samanta, the institute became the youngest ever institute in India to become a deemed university in the year 2004. The university, accredited under Washington Accord, consistently evaluated as Grade A institution by NAC of UGC and NBA, the Institution of Eminent Status from the Ministry of Human Resources Development of India, provides a wide spectrum of courses at the undergraduate, postgraduate, doctoral, and postdoctoral levels in all major professional fields of academic pursuits, including engineering, management, law, medicine, nursing, dentistry, films, fashion, architecture, public health, mass media, humanities, foreign languages, spiritualism, yoga, and many more. It is the first self-financing university in the Eastern India to enter the prestigious global university rankings such as the Times Higher Education World University and QS BRICS World University rankings. The university has a global appeal and a student body of 30,000 students drawn from all parts of the country and a sizable number of students from 55 countries abroad. It has, as of now, over 60,000 strong alumni body spread across the globe. The university spreads over an area of 450 acres and boasts of 23 contiguous, lush green sprawling campuses with buildings boasting wonderful architecture and planning and 15 million square feet of aesthetically built up area accommodating the university's 28 schools and their respective student residences, 25 conference halls, 13 auditoriums, 13 sports complexes, sports-wise dedicated stadiums, 25 food courts, school-wise separate libraries, a central library, an art gallery, a sculpture park, a rose garden, a tribal museum, and a heritage corridor, all contributing to the university's serene and solemn academic ambience. Several bank branches, ATM kiosks, currency exchange counters, a postal services counter, a railway ticket counter, a multi-specialty hospital, cafes, and restaurants of all hues and serving wide range of national and international gourmet cuisines, exquisitely stocked bookstores, shopping malls, and arcades close by the campus, and a very happening student activity center makes the campus a complete township on its own and an extremely livable and lovable campus. Focus on the holistic development of students distinguishes KIIT. Besides academics, all efforts are made to scout talent among the students and provide all necessary support to bring out the best in each one of them, whether it is personal skills, soft skills, life skills, sports, arts, research, or excellence in academics. This unique focus has produced achievers not only in academics but also in various other allied fields, including sports and games and cultural pursuits. KIIT has maintained a consistent and an enviable track record of 100% placement to its graduates every year.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the first panel discussion on the topic digitalization of the construction industry. We have with us Professor Mohibullah, convener of First National Construction Management Conclave and professor at the School of Civil Engineering. Sir, I request you to take the session.
Good morning once again, all the participants. Now we are going to start our panel discussion on the topic digitalization in construction industry. We have with us Mr. Antayo Argenio, Chief Operating Officers of Colliers India. We also have with us Mr. Bharat B. Agarwal, Senior Vice President HR and Administration, GR Infrastructure Projects Limited. We have with us Mr. Mayank Ruya, Managing Director, Maya Estates LLP. And we have also with us Mr. Amit Verma, Business Human Resource Head, JSW Cement. And we also have Professor B.G. Mahapatra, Director Consultancy Services, Kalinga Institute of Technology. And I would like to request Antayo Argenio, sir, to please take over and moderate the session. Over to you, sir.
Thanks, Professor.
One more, we have one more guest, Miss, just a second. Miss Urvi A, Chief Human Resource, Sir K. Raheja. Sorry for that, I missed it. Yeah, over to you, Antayo, sir.
Oh, thank you, Professor. So, good morning and welcome to all the panelists that I have today on the panel here today. Today's topic for discussion is digitization of the construction industry. Why is this important? Is new technology in this industry just a buzzword? Because traditionally the construction industry is always the last to incorporate any changes into their field. In this regard, we've always been followers of methods that have already been incorporated by other industries. So is this topic just so that to keep up with the times, or is it really relevant to us? Technology can definitely help us to make our products and services better. It can help to reduce human error. It can reduce costs by automating repetitive tasks. It can help in predictive analytics, independent of skill sets of the individual. It can enable collaboration across geographies. Today, we are also looking at, much further that we are looking at artificial intelligence, taking project management to becoming an offsite work. We also know that digital data repositories can help provide for better analytics and help to assimilate the best practices of the industry. The topic is vast, and we have a great panel to walk us through with what this topic really means for us. So without any further ado, let me open up the questions to the panel. Just to set the context of this discussion for today, my first question would be to Amit, Mayank, and Professor Benu. What, in your opinion, is the penetration of digitization into the construction industry? We'll start with Amit. Amit?
Yeah, hi. Thank you so much. Thank you for having me here, and good to bond with everyone here. I think giving me this question, the first to answer, I don't want to sound very negative, but when I look at digitization and digitalization across construction industry, for a variety of reasons, I don't think it is as widely penetrated as it should be, uh, both on the manufacturing side as well as on the consumer side. Obviously, on the consumer side, there seems to be a higher penetration. When I say consumer, because when I go to buy a house, the kind of digital interventions that I see are phenomenal. However, while making the house, while making the road, while producing the construction chemicals, the cementitious materials, is it optimally done so far? My answer would be no. However, the positive news is that yes, we see some thoughts and actions working towards it. I can speak for my company and my industry, the cement industry. I think within cement industry, in the manufacturing of cement, there seems to be, the wake up call has come. The industry 4.0 has given that wake up call, and now we are seeing a lot of impetus and progress on both digitalization and digitization of systems and processes. So that's there. On the sales and marketing side, now you know from a sales officers and the influencer manager and all, the penetration is going higher. There are a lot of new techniques and technologies being used so that the connect is real time, and the delivery is real time, delivery is fast on the supply chain aspects. So yes, the current state is not, as per me, not very high, but yes, in the times to come, in the next 5 years, there is huge potential, and that will surely happen.
Thanks, Amit. Mayank, what are your views on that?
Thank you, Arjun. Good morning, everybody. Well, I concur with Amit's first point. Is that the penetration is perhaps lagging the innovation in technology in itself. I represent a real estate development business, so in our experience, we are a younger firm than a lot of our peers around. So in itself, we actually love being able to adopt technology because the people in our organization are used to working with technology very widely on a day-to-day basis, being largely in their 30s. But the contracting business is an integral part of our business also, because we subcontract the development of our projects downwards to subcontract the construction side, on the MEP side, on the interiors and finishing side, so on and so forth. And in as much as we try to manage the entire process through interesting ERP tools on the construction side, for the subcontractors to be able to pick up those tools and work it into their systems down below in the value chain is sometimes a challenge. And so there are certain things we can come together on recently, as to say, okay, this is how we will monitor certain systems and processes, certain movements of labor, certain completion dates of certain slabs of buildings and other works. But it would be nice to see technology and digitization penetrate the industry at the very ground level first, and then make its way up. As Amit also said, on the sales and front-facing side, I think the penetration is a lot easier, because the developer tends to take care of that entire process themselves, and so therefore it's much easier to spread it out wide. But there's some really cool stuff happening, guys. There's the Internet of Things that's becoming more and more part of our industry, where you can put little internet connected devices on your construction sites and monitor stuff on your digital devices. So we're certainly moving there. I think it'll take a little bit of time, but we see steps in the right direction.
And let's get a viewpoint from the academic side. So, Professor Benu, what do you think about this penetration of digitization?
Thank you, Mr. Antona. So it's really a pleasure because of this gathering is comprising of both academician and also industry. So basically, in any means technology, if we discuss, so there are two things. One is means the knowledge and how it will be practiced. So now knowledge hub is the academics, means academia institute should play the knowledge hub or knowledge center, and then the industry, if they can take it in a positive direction to implement it, then only any technique can be successful. Because I worked in overseas for many years. So then when I came to the academics, then just now I find it's very much easy for me to take means the concept to the students and to just train them in a better way, and the students also, they give respect because we implemented that in the industry. So now coming to digitization, so now how the digitization means, I'll just make construction industry separate. Anything means how it is starts from the knowledge center. So now if you see the KIIT University under the dynamic leadership of our founder, Professor Achyuta Samanta, and our Vice Chancellor, Madam, so they have introduced the digitization at each and every step. So now, if you consider, means now all the data, means if it is, we are entering into the department also, we have the baggage scanner, we have the robot. So these concepts are embedded into the system, because just time is short. So 2-3 points I'm telling. So when the student, they get acquainted with the digitization, so that helps them to think how to implement it in industry. So I'll come back to you afterwards, but it is quite important to go for digitization. So over to Mr. Antau.
Thanks. Interesting thoughts, and it's what do you call? What do you call? Expecting to hear from Amit and Mayank saying that it's not as much as we wanted to be. But let me also get in Bharat here. Bharat with a more global perspective, I believe. You've had experience in HR responsibilities at an APAC level. How would you place India as compared to the regions that you've been active in adoption and implementation of digital initiatives in construction? You are on mute, Bharat.
Yeah, a great question, Antau. And first of all, good morning to all. It's a privilege to be here to deliberate on this subject of topical interest. Since the context has already been set, and based on my global experience, having worked for a couple of decades in the large EPC industries, I have a little different or divergent view as what my fellow panel members said about Indian construction industry, that penetration is not there. And yes, I would tend to agree here. If I talk about the construction industry as we speak today, there have been many success and failure stories simultaneously occurring in the industry. And we all are aware of the reasons for failure being poor project performance or cost and time overruns, quality issues, etc. But in my opinion, the biggest factor is not embracing enterprise-wide digital transformation. Now, when I compare India with the developed nations, having exposure for project execution, not only in APEC, but in US, Canada, Europe, former Soviet Union, or even in Australia. Now, if I look at the digital adoption and implementation, Europe and America score significantly higher than in general APEC region. And within APEC region, definitely Japan is the most digitally mature country, while China and India are the least mature. And various studies, in fact, I had looked at some of the studies. Various studies indicate that along with many other nations in India, in the APEC region, India is at the most risk and least prepared for the coming wave of automation, which appears to be very surprising. Now, globally, organizations are adapting and integrating digital technologies to improve decision making and manage risk by deploying predictive and forecasting tools in order to enhance project performance, productivity, operational excellence, and so on and so forth. Now, if I talk about the differences between India and the rest of the world, while this cannot be generalized and a lot of work has happened in the recent years, many Indian construction companies are yet to adopt, like my fellow members said, uh, an integrated platform to cover entire project life cycle, starting from planning, designing, construction, commissioning, operations, and maintenance. And project owners and contractors often use different platforms that do not sync with one another. As a result, there is no single source that provides an integrated real-time view of project design, cost, and schedule to all the stakeholders. Now, in my opinion, there are top three reasons for slow adoption and implementation. And these are uh, Indian construction industry is not understanding the value of integrated tech solutions and are continuing to carry out processes in an informal manner, resulting in a lack of commitment at the enterprise level. That is one. Secondly, we are unable to allocate capital and deploy resources to steer digitization. And last but not the least, we do not have expertise and skilled resources in the Indian construction industry to strategize, redefine organization, rewrite work processes, and also upskilling or reskilling the employees. So in my opinion, these are the top three reasons.
Yeah, but very good, interesting thoughts you brought in. But since we are having these discussions, there's always the best intentions that we're talking about digitization. And the construction industry, we are all saying, agreeing it's yet to become tech savvy. The RICS megatrends found even though 72% of the construction firms worldwide consider that digital transformation is a priority, most of these firms spend less than 3% of their turnover on digital technologies. So my next question to Ms. Urvi, what are the challenges we face when we are implementing these tech interventions?
So there is a paradigm shift in the industry today, more so because of the pandemic. And however, there are some serious challenges as well, because the industry has to work with a lot of unorganized sector vendors who do not have talent to adapt and execute the interventions. So let me share some of the examples, what we experienced as a practical, knowledge when we were implementing beams for most of our projects a couple of years back. Forget about the unorganized sector. Even some of the architects, consultants showed a lot of resistance because they didn't want to change, they didn't want to upgrade the talent. And since we were committed, we made it a point and we actually moved some of the partners as well. And this happened in a lot of other projects as well. So, that's the number one challenge what industry faces today. The second challenge is internal. This industry has been known as a brick and mortar industry for ages. It's a very, old economy industry as such. And by virtue of that, the employees are also somewhat comfortable with the status quo situation. So when you talk about this, there is a resistance and it needs a culture change. So unless and until this is addressed, it can cause a lot of challenges. So these are two internal and external challenges, what comes on top of my mind. Thank you.
But I still believe that companies are doing what they can on digitization.
Absolutely.
But I think let's look at it from another perspective, and I'd like to go back to Amit for that. Amit, I saw one of your posts where you were talking about the importance of encouraging employees to think beyond their task and bring in new ideas. and innovative tech solutions to their daily issues that they are facing. Could you share some of your, little bit of successes that you've had in this effort?
Okay, before I do that, I just want to, for about 30 seconds, want to talk about what is digitization and what is digitalization, and what's that thin line that separates them, and that becomes a very important aspect. But digitization is when we move an analog system into a digital form. Like for example, instead of putting your signature, scan your signature and then cut and copy and paste on a particular document. That's in very crude form. That's digitization. Digitalization is more when you adopt something. When the systems and processes adopt and make it efficient and effective. Like the documents having auto signature, for example, are Form 16. Okay, that's a digitalization example. Uh, today we have been very effectively digitized a lot of our processes across. And if I have to narrate an example, some time back, the attendance system, and I'm purely talking about a pain point which emerged from an employee giving a suggestion, who was in the field, saying that attendance, when I am in the field, I have to come back and log in at some point of time into a system in the office. And basis that input, we went on to an HRMS and an ERP system, and it was only a push from an employee, a suggestion from an employee, the last mile person, when we digitized the entire attendance management system. Similarly, today you will find we have digitized our MIS. Okay, so the digitization, if you refer to that particular comment of mine, and we have to give success, a lot of processes like these have been digitized. Okay, and I've seen employee suggestions leading to that. However, I will still want to say that after digitizing, has the role of the MIS person changed? Has it moved from someone accumulating the data into someone who's analyzing and giving forward-looking, prescriptive or descriptive suggestions around it? Is still not happening. So I'll pick up a point from what Urvi said. The talent at everywhere across the brick and mortar industry is still not adapt. And while I work from a promoter driven organization, I find the promoters being very, very positive, forward looking. They are looking at the benefits of these. However, the penetration, because of a lot of us, in that age bracket there, who have still not migrated, who still want to go to the banks, not use the digital platforms, is causing a lot of resistance. So that's where the entire construction industry, in my personal view, is stuck.
Sure. But let me, from the way that's been going on, but there still we have a scarcity in this, we don't have a digitally savvy workforce in this industry. So, Urvi, if I could come back to you, how do we overcome this?
Okay, so this is a very interesting one. We as a group are early mover in adopting the digitalization and digitization, as Amit put it, across various functions. Today we've been doing almost paperless approvals and a lot of other techniques of digital twin and lot many others. So when we went to the market for scouting for the talent, we realized there were very few. And so rather than pushing back, we applied multi-pronged approach to this. First, we made a very exhaustive, structured skill upgradation program for our internal employees. And let me tell you, this may sound easy. It wasn't so easy because they need to put in more time, they need to put in more efforts. And there is a question mark, whether there is a benefit of real benefit to us. And the standard question, I'm sure all of you must have heard, this doesn't work in our industry. Okay, so what we did here, it needed a lot of dialogue, lot of interactions. We sent a lot of them, we made them the partners, we sent them to study tours. We took them through the benefits, to the projects, to the organization, and above all, to them individually, because that's going to help their career as well. That was one part, which was internally we tackled it. Second is we went to some of the education institutes and we actually, had a very open discussion with them what we are facing. And they were more than happy to introduce some of the smaller modules to equip the students. And this was a win-win situation because we could absorb a lot of those students and we got the talent what we were looking out for. So I think these are the things which really worked in our favor.
But let me work on another perspective. But Mayank, I want to come to you, especially since you moved into the real estate business, I believe, from a financial background. Do you think that this digitization or digitalization is going to, make it more, cross-border across, fields that we can work in? And if a student wants to choose a career like this from another field into this field, what type of advice would you have for them?
Sure, that's many questions rolled into one, but I'll do my best at dissecting it. Look, I think based on what all my fellow panelists have said today, there seems to be a bit of a dichotomy between what was and what will be. And a lot of the firms they represent are leaders in their field, and they've been around for a while and done some really great things for cities and in our country. And so I think the main thing to acknowledge here is that when you're running a business that's so old, as Urvi said, in the old economy, it's difficult to get people that are used to a habit base of doing things over and over again to transform, because it costs them more time. They see it more as an annoyance on the construction site level than a tool for them. And the attitude is, let me do it the way I know how, so I can deliver to you what you want me to deliver to you. That said, I used to work before this at Phoenix Mills as the head of their residential business, and that is obviously a much older business than my current business. And I saw a lot of this stuff. So when we set up Maya Estate 6 years ago, we took a very, very, very strong approach to saying we will start digitally. So in as much as we could start digitally from the very first person we hired to the 100th person we hired, our systems and our processes are set up for the future because we had the advantage of starting this business a little bit later, you see. So when we hire people, we are very particular that they come with some amount of skill in the digital world, that their mindset and their outlook is focused at that transformation. Now, coming to my own personal career path, and do I feel that it is a business that's worth looking at from a career perspective? Look, I think finance as a skill set gives you an understanding of numbers to start with, but also how businesses and entrepreneurs think about marrying product and finance, and therefore just managing a business overall. I would say for all the young people here, I think construction is going to revolutionize. It has to revolutionize, because otherwise we will not be able to compete. Our costs are rising. If our costs are rising, that means we need to reduce time so we can reduce our interest burden. The demands that our customers make are ever evolving and getting stronger. RERA is a great thing for our business, but RERA also means that developers are held a lot more accountable, which I think is a wonderful thing for the future. So I think a very disorganized industry historically is coming together through digitization and other forms of modernization to join mainstream industry. We don't even have industry status in India as yet, right? And this is a long since debated point by a lot of the stalwarts of our business. But the point is that it will happen, and we need young, intelligent, brilliant minds to come in and teach us how to digitize, to come in and implement further systems and processes. And so I would strongly recommend this as a career path to anyone who is interested in a strong future. And I think it presents a very unique proposition, which is, it is one of the oldest businesses in the world. How do you keep it relevant? How do you modernize it? And how do you bridge the incredible gap that still exists, as one of our panelists said, as Bharat said, to bridge the divide between an India and the United States, to bridge the divide between an India and Japan. Other countries are doing it. So really, it's all about habit base, and it's about the will to change at the lowest level. I hope that answered the question.
Thanks, Mayank, for that. I'm very conscious of the time. So, Bharat, very quickly, right, from a wider perspective on digitization, the future generations needs to be equipped with, all sorts of things on artificial intelligence, blockchain, Internet of Things, which may be missing, I think, in the current conventional system. As an industrial expert, what type of measures do you think should be implemented in education to bridge this tech gap?
Another great question, Antal, and I would, start from where Mayank and Urvi left. In fact, at GR also, while we have embarked the digital transformation journey many years ago, we still find it difficult to hunt for digital tech savvy students from the campuses as well as lateral hires. Now, my 5-point approach for the academic institutions for producing industry-ready talent would be: institutes need to create an innovative curriculum for training the younger generations. And the curriculum should be based on the current industry needs, incorporating subjects to cover various digital tools like BIM, ERP, project management tools, or construction robotics, or green building, or 3D printing, and even networking. And emerging trends like some of my fellow panelists talked about, IoT, AI, blockchain, machine learning, all this need to be incorporated. It should not be left purely for the BTech computer sciences or computer engineering students. Each and every engineering stream need to have these skills when they come out of the colleges. That is number one. And to achieve this, I think institutions, the journey has already started. They need to collaborate with various construction companies and also technology firms. This is going to be the key. They should not only focus on construction companies. They have to be a bridge between construction company and the technology companies. Then only the right talent they would be able to produce.
So, Bharat, we're very sorry to interrupt, but I'm running short on time.
No worries.
I do want to get Professor Benu in for a final viewpoint, because recently I had come across this dual degrees, it's offered by some institutions. So how relevant do you think, Professor Benu, are dual degrees and hybrid degrees that focus on different streams of engineering, say civil and computational engineering? How do you feel that will help in today's world in industry?
Yeah, so I completely agree with the suggestions received from this panel. So it's absolutely necessary that we should have sufficient space in our syllabus in collaboration with the industry, so that the message means the students can be industry ready when they graduate from the university. So now means most of the technical institutions, the AICTE has revised the syllabus, and 7th and 8th semester has been given for the minor. Means one student, if somebody is studying in civil engineering, he can take a minor in computer science so that he can learn the IoT, then means AI. So many means whatever the industry needs, so that he can just go for 20 credits. So that KIIT University already has started, and it really helps the students to go for that one. Then what you ask, the dual degree. So the dual degree is now becoming means less important, because no student wants to go for another a year after 4 years of graduate. But if he can just get the knowledge during the BTech 4 years, so that is helping. So minor, major, and minor, so that is helping a lot. And I would suggest that the means collaboration and the means introduction of subjects in means inviting the industries definitely will help a lot. And such type of awareness campaign like workshop, then conclaves, conferences, then it will just update the students to go to understand the industry needs. So I am completely agree, and already KIIT University has started implementing that. Over to Mr. Antav.
Great, great. So there's been, a lot of strategies, everyone thinking about what industry should do, what academics should do, what we should do, what the students should do. And it's been a great discussion, and, I think we'll just throw open the floor to some question and answers, Q&A session. So if someone from KIIT can, get some question answers from the students.
Professor Mohibullah?
Yeah, any student would like to ask anything? You also can write in the chat box. We'll take that question.
I think
Yes.
so. Chinmay has raised his hand. If someone can unmute him and he can ask his question.
Am I audible?
Yes, yes. So
Yes, I am listening. Very good, very good morning, sir. I am Chinmay Panigre, Director Quality Assurance Cell. So I am the Professor, School of Electrical Engineering, KIIT University. I am just listening. I am all the panelists. They have made very nice and very authentic. All the things, they have very innovative mindset, and all the mindsets are getting together also for a noble cause of the students community. What is my just query is to Antonu sir, just it is not a query, it's just a suggestion saying about smart construction, smart infra, all these things are coming because the great things happening in the computer science, that is the information technology, like that, very nice. But I understand two things are very necessary. As Benu sir told that this is the industry, and I'm thinking in different way. Just as I'm electrical, so I am saying in terms of electrical engineering. So two things are there. One is the producer, and another is the consumption. So we are producing technocrats, institute, producing students, products, and industry is ready to take the students as per their skills.
Can you come to the question, sir?
I'm saying, sir,
question is how will motivate the young minds, particularly civil
So I think
and electrical in the classroom in itself. Question is, you understand what I'm asking?
so
Because
motivation.
we the teachers should be ready, smart students, smart teachers, smart industry. We all are talking, and the youth, the people are understanding what is the type of the quality of the skill is required for an industry in terms of digitization or digitalization.
I do think that that we've answered some of those questions here. Sir, if you could allow some other questions to be taken up, because I really didn't find the question there. But I've been looking at the chat box, and the panelists, you can let me know who wants to take this. So how to jumpstart or kickstart the whole aspect of digitalization in not only construction, but the bridge between technological and the construction industry, so that we can reduce the gap between countries like Japan and USA. I think there was a slight answer to that, Mayan.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I think it all begins with education, right? The reason I was educated in the United States, the reason why they are where they are as a country in terms of digitization today is because it starts in the classroom. All our assignments at that time in the early 2000s or late 1990s were all digital. Everything had to be submitted online. That's obviously moved forward a lot, and India has caught up a ton with it already. But I think it's super important that the talent coming through into the workforce from the educational system demands digitization. That they now say this is the only way we know how to do things. I don't know how to build it the old way. So I think that's one avenue, and a very strong avenue addressing who all we're addressing here today. But the other part is I think entrepreneurs and businesses, etc., need to find effective solutions, come together, just like people here are advising institutions, educational institutions, to add things to their curriculum. I think the entire supply chain needs to also get together and figure out certain ways to make the entire industry a little bit more efficient, so everyone's working off the same platforms.
Okay, the questions are coming thick and fast, but I think I'll take one more question, and before we go in for closing remarks, just for the time. So one question is, they want to ask about the resistance from the people that we discussed today. So that's a psychological problem, both from economic, politics, and insecurities of employees due to lack of awareness. I think Urvi, you addressed on how to tackle this.
Yeah, I did address, and I would just put one remark here, that you can't force any intervention on employees. I think that's very important, and a lot of time people make the mistake. You really need to make partners into that. As I said, you need to interact with them. You need to show them the benefit to the organization and individually to them. And we then really didn't face any problem. And thereafter, it was no looking back. So that's the key. Take them along with you. That's the key.
Great. I can see some more questions, and we will address them. I think we'll send our replies back on email or something to the institution. But just before I wrap up, 30 seconds to all my panelists on your final thoughts on digitization and digitalization. I should not miss that word any longer. Yep. So with Amit, will you introduce the digitalization?
So my limited thoughts are that we are at a cusp where where digitization and digitalization we will have no choice but to embrace these two. The young minds who will come and join the industry in different capacities and different roles, with their acumen, technical acumen, and the psychological desire to embrace change, will ensure that all the aspects that we talked about will get implemented in the next decade or so.
Yeah. Thanks, Bharat. Quick 30 seconds. You're on mute.
My bad. It's not only about data or automating few processes, it's about full project life cycle, automation, integration, connectivity, and management to provide complete communication along the entire project life cycle to all the key decision makers and stakeholders. That's going to be the key.
Professor Benu.
My just last suggestion that we need a strong partnership between the industry and the academia, so that only can bridge the gap. And the already means this motion is started. So now I request all the panel members to visit our school and just interact with the students. Then they can understand how much digitization already have been implemented in School of Civil Engineering and KIIT University. So that is my request to everyone. Thank you.
Mayank, 15 seconds.
Sure. Well, I think it's going to be the customer that's going to drive it. They're going to demand more. We're going to need to do it faster and better. We're going to have to do it.
Okay, thanks.
I kept it shorter than 15 seconds.
So as a closing statement, I would like to say we are in exciting times, and as Mayank said, although we are age-old industry, it's on ever growth trajectory. So, and we have amazing opportunity to create customer experience that could be best in class, and for that we need to be agile and adaptive. Thank you.
Great. It's been fantastic to moderate such a great panel. It's been a real learning experience for me too. I can't sum it up. I can't summarize the whole discussion any further. So I hand it back over to the organizer, Professor Mohibullah.
Thank you, Ajit.
Thanks. Wonderful talking to you all.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thanks. I think Professor Mohibullah should take over from here.
Thank you, Anta, for the wonderful panel discussion, and especially, including the session within time, because we have to, proceed for the next panel discussion.
Please unmute.
Sorry. Thank you, Antayo sir, for the wonderful session. And we will now move to the next panel discussion. Just a second. Yeah.
This is the problem. We got it.
Just a second.
Good.
Okay, so I would like to introduce the next panelist. We have with us Sanjay Kavatalkar, Senior Vice President HR, Kalpatru Group. We have with us P. Anil Kumar, Lead Projects, Image Precast. We have Abhishek Kala, Vice President HR, Panchsheel Reality. We have PV Nageshwar, HR Head, Purvankara Limited. We have Badri Sarangi, Lead Projects, We Construct Private Limited. We have Professor Subrat Behra, from School of Electrical Engineering, KIIT University. Now, I would request Mr. Sanjay to please moderate the session. Sir, over to you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone, and the distinguished panelists.
Morning, sir.
We are grateful to KIIT for having us here in the esteemed panel. And I wasn't really prepared for moderating this, but I have been given this task, so I'll try and do a justice to this. So before we have the questions which I would be asking to the panelists, I have a few slides, and I think that would really set a tone for today's context. And I would like to bring that. And the scenario, what India as a whole we have done, and all of us must take the pride in this. So allow me a moment, I am showcasing this slide. I hope the slide is visible. So friends, what we have done as a India, a large country, diversified. So the world's largest biometric ID system, that is Aadhaar, and we have covered over 131 crore, and the number is increasing. And you can see the benefits, how it has impacted during the pandemic, also the vaccination. So you can see that how the CoWIN app was developed and interlinked. One of the finest and fully digitized application which was introduced by the Government of India and the implementation partners. Now, if you talk about the UPI payments, I think India has also done extremely well, and we have got more than 4 billion transactions, contributing over $105 billion. This is what the trend was there in October 2021. Similarly, it has gone to the grassroots, the villages, and it started with electronic voting machine, and now with the Janadhan account, the direct benefit has gone to our people. So you can see that how we have progressed as a country. So this is what I thought of, that I will bring this context for this meeting. Now, talking about today's topic, the construction industry trends 2022 onwards, I'll be touching on 4 or 5 such trends. And these are some of the trends which are going to be there 2022 onwards, and already the progress has been made so far. So you can see that the smart contracts. So when I say smart contracts, the e-bidding, the complete digitization of the contract documents, the correspondence with the contractors and the clients, also the virtual reality and augmented reality technology, which people can inspect sitting at one offices. They are having, be it the CCTV cameras or the advanced technology has helped to monitor projects. The construction robotics, now we have been using drone, and the government also has kindly granted permission to use drones in various inspections, monitorings, photography, videos, doing the surveys. And I think there also we have done a significant improvement. In terms of the project management, so we've got MS projects, we've got Primavera, then we have Tylos. These are some of the software which are helping us to highlight the project status. What is the exact status, the quality, the time, and helping the entire stakeholders to manage the project digitally. Again, the construction monitoring bit, the information is available on your fingertips, on your mobile, on the iPads, what exactly the situation at the sites, and you can get the dashboards. And this is how the trend, the civil or construction, we used to call them at very, very uncivilized. So sir, mitti ret wale log hain, we are in the brick mortar world, but you can see the change which has happened in this industry. Last but not the least is the workforce safety. And you can see during the pandemic, the post-pandemic, how we have become utmost careful for our workforce safe working environment. So be it about the taking care of our people, preparing for the safety training through the augmented reality, virtual reality, showing them that in case they do not wear the personal protectives, how the accident can happen. So these are some of the trends which have taken place in our country. So with this, I would like to start asking questions to my distinguished panelists. And to start with, let me call the young man who's an alumni of KIIT, and you'll be glad to listen to him. So first question is to Badri. Badri, as you know that the current trends, latest trends in the digitization in the construction industry. Now, can you give us some examples how digitalization has helped in your organization, and tell us more for the students, so that they can pick it up, some of the important aspects.
Yes, thank you, Sanjay sir. To answer that question, one of the biggest example of digitalization helping us at Reconstruct was when the first COVID-19 lockdown started. We vacated the offices within 2 days, and all of us in the company were remotely working, and all of this happened without any impact on the operations. And while the COVID went on for like 2 years, we had everything in cloud, and COVID-19 only reinforced our practices even more. On the technical side, I would like to give 2 or 3 examples. One is use of BIM models for wall panel fabrication, and use of QR codes for procurement planning and installation tracking, which helps us maintain a smooth flow of work, as the panels are created and installed with almost 0 errors on site. And through tracking, even the owner knows that the panels are properly installed and what's the maintenance schedule and all. So going to maintenance schedule, another interesting use is use of BIM in facility management. And here the information regarding the building and the equipment are stored in the model that can be used as a single source of truth to track the warranties, the maintenance schedules, by automatically triggering emails to the required stakeholders, thus saving the cost and time and reducing a lot of paperwork, which is great for the environment as well. These models are not just utilized during the construction phase, but also throughout the life cycle of the building, which enhances the value in digitalizing or digitizing these documents online. And yet another example that we typically see in day-to-day life in our organization is the RFI management system or issue tracking system. So earlier, all of us would remember that it was a very manual process of sending out an email to the subcontractors or the designers themselves to get the RFIs answered. But nowadays, we can simply use common data environments like BIM 360 or BIM Track to add our issues and target them to specific stakeholder, and the answer comes out much faster than it was before.
All right, wonderful. Thank you, Badri, for bringing in this. I think you have highlighted some of the very, very practical examples, talking about BIM, talking about QR codes and tracking. And I think most of us have started experiencing in our buildings and in the building management, bit in terms of the security, about the vehicles, in the elevators. With the help of AI, now they can become more useful. without using papers. So they're all paperless. Superb. My next question to Nagesh. Nagesh is a dear friend of us, and he's also an HR stalwart. So Nagesh, he's got a tremendous experience with him working in various parts of the country. So he's currently with Purvankara. So I want to know that what Purvankara has introduced or currently working on some of the digital projects, which is ensuring the customer delight. So if you can talk about that.
Thanks, Sanjay. And good morning to all the panel members, and good morning to all the students. Excited to be in and sharing some of the thoughts that we as an organization are doing. I represent a developer organization which heavily relies and works with the long spectrum of the construction world, including the contractors, vendors, customers, employees for that matter. So on the customer side, all of us will relate to this. If we want to go and buy a house, then we have to, we had an arduous task of going to a show flat, seeing the show flat, filling up the long form requirements, and then you are handed over from a salesperson to a customer representative, from customer representative to a facility manager. And in the life cycle of our buying experience, we see that we interact with 5 to 6 people from the developer organization, and the level of customer service is very, very low. Now, one of the questions which we ask ourselves is, why should a customer go through this entire difficult journey? Can a customer sit? Because we all developer organizations today not only sell the apartments nationally, but also we have international customers, right? Can a customer sitting in, say, US or a Dubai, just at a click of a button, can complete the entire formalities? Sanjay, you spoke about augmented reality, right? So a salesperson will just have a video call with the customer, show them the entire 3D modeling of how the project looks like, and more importantly, how the apartment looks like. And every single detail that is needed by the customer is already digitized. There is an app, there's a very simple app that needs to be downloaded by the customer, and just a few details. And from there onwards, until we give the possession to the customer, and even after that, Badri spoke about the facility management part, right? Now, once the handover of the apartment is over, it's not just about tracking the security and the vehicles. The implementation of AI goes to an extent of figuring out what are the trends that the customers in a society are using. For example, are they using the swimming pool more or the tennis court more? So that predictive analysis, and also the data, big data which comes into it, it comes back to our system. And because of that, we are able to design better products. Because when we design a society or a project, today everybody wants a society filled with several amenities, right? But which amenities are used most by the customer is also something which is enabled by AI and digital technology. So to answer your question, Sanjay, a lot of things are happening in the construction world. And as the earlier panel member also has said, the customer is in the middle of it. What he or she wants is something that the developer organizations better equip themselves to deliver.
Thank you, Nagesh. I think you have brought out a certain very important points in the bit about the predictive analysis and in the giving the customer delight in the real estate space. Thank you for that. Now, I want to ask my next question to Mr. Anil Kumar Panda, who's a learned member in our panel. He is a BTech and also studied from IIM Calcutta. So, Mr. Anil Kumar, yeah, my question to you is, how do you see the acceptance of digitization of the construction industry? And are we really ready for change? Because you'll find that, many of us would say, कि sir, हमको तो site पर जाना है, और हमको, we have to work with the brick and mortar. And whatever you talk about, this new concept are really not useful. So what is your take on this? Mr. Panda. You're on mute. Why don't you unmute?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. The first question was, can I get you a first question?
My question to you is, how do you see the acceptance of digitization in the construction industry? And are we really ready to accept and bring a change as a whole?
For the first question, my answer is like this, sir. Even though the acceptance levels today, by practically, if we go through, it is on a scale of 100, the acceptance of BIM is hardly less than 5%. It is a factor, and unfortunately, I have to say, India, especially in today, we are accepting digitization in most of the fronts. Most of the fronts means like IT is the dominant. From there onwards, if you talk about pharma or even many other industry sectors, they have started adapting on the digitization. But unfortunately, construction today, as you are telling, till that masonry, that brick mortar, and that 2D, till we go with the old-fashioned 2D drawings only. So my observation is that since I'm in the industry and we are in the advanced sector, like prefabricated structure. My company is into precast buildings. We design buildings in precast and deliver the buildings in a very shorter span. So offsite construction. Of course, we are using BIM, we are using Tekla, all those things. But when it comes to, go and, deliver the project in a segment, construction segment, where architects come into picture first and the structural designers. So unfortunately, these people have till not got adapting to this. So there is a resistance. There is a lot of resistance till they want to stick to the same AutoCAD. They don't want to, get into Revit. If you get into US or you get into Europe, many of the structures, it is a reverse way. 90% of their projects are done on Revit. So that is one, till a long way to go, I feel so.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we can't agree more than this. And one of the reasons could be that probably the low literacy at, the junior levels. That could be one of the reasons. Second is the reach for technology hasn't gone really there. And one of the reasons is also that we are a populous country. So if
I think, sir, just I want to interrupt. See, it's a mindset, sir. Mindset. The same architect is the topmost architect. He has a firm with 30 people, 25 people. They are since 30 years. They are in this field, and people in this industry. Now, iPhone has come. I12. Say they want to go immediately for that. The younger generation, or they don't want to compromise anything on other technologies. But when it comes to a new car has come, so their mobile phones are now they are changing every 3 months, 6 months. Whereas even cars they are changing. Cars, India has now got Volvo to what all, Porsche, everything. For every sector we are adapting. But when it comes to construction, I want to still follow the 2D drawings, and then I want to go and sit in the site with the same drawings.
Yeah. All right. Superb. So, with this, it has compelled me to ask a question to Professor Behra. That what do you think that what is the role of the government and the education department in bringing the digitization in the construction industry? I know again a lot which is happening, and you can see that now we are having FASTag. We are and the Honorable Minister of Transport and Road Transport and Highways is talking about the GPS-based tracking system, so that the vehicles will not really have to have FASTag, and it would be completely monitored through the GPS system. So what I think that what is the role of the government which can be enhanced in digitization?
Thank you, Sanjay sir, for giving me this question specifically. When digitization concept comes into picture, So we'll have to understand. I mean, I have collected a few of the points from other speakers, respected speakers we have in this beautiful platform. There are some keywords we have to understand. I mean, what are those budge keywords we have in this digitization, specifically in the platform of construction? Robotics is one. There are a few others: reality capture, 3D printing, GIS, BIM, machine learning, ML, IoT, and all other words. When you ask me about FASTA, digital processes of government norms and these things, so when we are into the course curriculum, when students have to have awareness of these particular things are to be there in the course curriculum, they have to understand these pictures. When they are out with this course curriculum, they have been given, they are offered, they have to understand. I mean, they're passing out, they have to understand specifically these technologies are there. These technologies are implemented already, but I guess these technologies are not completely into the awareness in the public. The public doesn't know the whole, right? Now that this has to start at the grassroots level. Now that grassroots level has to start right at the education. I mean, probably, maybe we can say the basic level has to start from the school, but the higher advanced level has to start at the degree level, engineering level. So that would be my summation.
All right, super. So before I ask a general question, I want to tell you briefly that what we, as I represent Kalpataru Power, and within the Kalpataru Power, I manage the HR of oil and gas pipeline business. Okay, so we have over 5,000 people working across 22 projects. So what we have brought a change in the last couple of years is now we have centralized project management system. The complete report is available on dashboard. Then we have a large number of vehicles, be it about the side boom, the tractors, Hydra, and the passenger vehicles. These vehicles are tracked. There are vehicle tracking systems. There are sensors so that we can check the consumption of diesel and also figure out the productivity. Similarly, material tracking and also the workman attendance. It is with the Latlon, the geo tagged, which are used for the facial recognition and attendance, so that we know exactly people what time they start from the camp and what time they reach at the site. This is something essential for us to know their physical availability at the sites. And as I mentioned about the we engage into the safe practices. So whether the safety is being taken care of. And last but not the least, about the surveys, because we cannot really travel 100 kilometers going into difficult terrains, crossing rivers. So the drones are helping for better surveying. Even for the power transmission, when the towers are erected, the drones are helping to really check whether the nut bolts are tightened correctly or not. So the industry has, I think, come a long way. So I have a common question now, and this is we should ask, because I'm sure the students will be quite keen to know about this. So you're all industry practitioners. So what do you expect that how the students should be ready, be it about construction, real estate, because people may not consider that this is something exciting. So the preferred industry are different, and I don't want to talk about, because I see that construction is something very important and it is bringing a huge change because we are into the nation building. So questions to you, and Nagesh, why don't you start with that?
Sure. Just on a humorous note, I come from south of India. There used to be a time when we were graduating. If you are not an IT graduate, first of all, you should be an engineer. And if in engineering, if you are not an IT engineer, it would have been very difficult to find an alliance in the south of the country. At that point in time, civil engineering used to be one of the least preferred options among the engineering streams. But 15 years down the line, And I can say this to all the students who are watching this. The real estate sector and the construction sector as a whole has just started its upward trend, and this is going to stay for the next 15-20 years. If you follow the stock market, you will see all the real estate companies and the construction companies have started moving up significantly, and this is just the start of a super cycle. So there's absolutely bright future for all the people who are pursuing civil engineering and wanting to get into the construction. And I can say this, even today, I struggle to hire talent from the market, and I'm sure Sanjay and other panelists will agree with me. We don't get quality talent from the market. We have reached a stage where we are ready to train people, and even then we are not able to get. So the demand is so high. So all you need to do from a student perspective, all you need to do is, we are not asking you to become experts coders or understand the technologies and be ready with all the technological aspects, but have the aptitude of understanding a problem and coming up with a solution for that. We have coders, so we will leave it to the IT peers of us who will do all the coding for us. But let us understand what is the solution that we are looking, and what is that we are trying to solve. And if you are able to come up with that problem solving, I think which the civil engineers are best suited, because the civil engineers are the one who actually create something meaningful in terms of physical structure. All the big structures in the world is created by us who are the engineers, civil engineers specifically. So I'm struggling to hire. So I only say that there's very, very bright future for all these students who are pursuing civil engineering as a stream of education. Just problem solving is one piece which you equip yourself, and an attitude. I think the future will be very bright.
All right. Thank you, Nagesh. Badri?
Yes, I would like to, take a straw out of Nagesh sir's comment there, and start with, a 4-point that I have got in mind. One is, one that has personally helped me is being good in basics. Things like, being acquainted with engineering drawings and, plans, elevations. Those are the very kind of things that you are expected to know from the day one. Then the next is having the, patience and aptitude to learn new technologies and cross skill. Things like BIM software, there are many free softwares available off the internet, and also learn something about data science. As you know, construction industry is one of the huge generator of data, and there is a lot of application of data science in our industry. The next one that I have is always learn from real life conditions. Like in the site, we can only provide a solution only when we know the problem. So when we don't know the problem, there is no solution to come. And with that, I just have to say that from continuing from Nagesh sir, that get innovative and have a solution oriented mindset. That will only help us go further.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for that. And in fact, I would like to add a couple of things like what Badri has said in terms of the patience. Now, I want to add that what we expect from the young engineers or anyone who join at our company in the construction space, we want them to go to the sites, slog, work hard, experience that. And when I say experience, means see the project, the life cycle of project, which takes probably between 24 to 36 months. See the ups and downs, and then only you will be able to learn. And it's not a quick move up, because until you have a hard learning of these skill sets, be it about civil, mechanical, electrical, these are some of the things, unless and until you learn, you won't be able to really progress further. You may get a job, you may get a jump, but it won't be possible for you. So I want to pass on this question to Mr. Anil Kumar in case he wants to add on to that. And also there's a question which has come from...
So Sanjay, can I take that question? Which there's a question about the mindset. If the penetration is only 5%, what is the mindset? I think there are two ways of looking at it. One is as a sector, we will have no choice but to innovate and get towards. If you have heard the first speech in the morning by Professor Mahapatra, he did say that Industry 4.0, the construction industry is probably 5 years behind the other sectors, but the gap is so narrow. And the need of the hour currently, whether it is from a customer side or whether it is from a business side, organizations will not be able to manage the profitability unless they innovate and digitize. So I think from an employee mindset, it is important for organizations to explain that to them and make sure that they align with the organizational objectives. In the earlier panel, Urvi did mention that how important it is to have those conversations with the employees. And I think if you are able to set that vision to the employee saying, by doing this specific intervention, this is how the organization is going to grow. And by the way, if the organization grows, what's the benefit that employees of that particular organization will be able to get? If you're able to get that alignment between the employee and the organization, I think that's the only way forward. Otherwise, the biggest loser is not the employee, because of the demand, he or she will find a job anywhere, but organizations will lose. That's my limited response.
All right. Professor Bera, you want to add on to this? What changes really you want to bring in the campus? And KIIT is definitely known for this. How can you get more industries, more professionals visiting? And I'm sure you must be having some, conclaves on innovation, and especially into the construction industry.
Yes. Truly, the question is very relevant to our campus, and particularly, it is a benchmark question, I would rightly say, because what we plan is always towards the career perspective of our student, and industry academia bridging all the time. So we always focus on improving the skill sets of our students, and that too improving their all digital set of mind. Always having a goal towards right set of positive attitude, and always having a smart sense of knowledge, use of smart technologies, and have a confidence in you. Confidence building is very much important, and that plays an important role. And that always comes when you have a confidence and you have a fundamental strong knowledge in terms of core with IoT and all smarter technologies. That means you have a base form with all stuffings on it. That's icing on a cake. That plays a role, right? Yeah. All the time. So when you are in front of a company, when you are placing yourself in front of a company, so a company knows that this has all the ingredients in him. When I take him absorb him into our company, then company has all the expectations built on him. So that's how when we do the industry engagements, when we do the bridging the gap and industry-oriented programs through this kind of conclaves and the conferences, and when industry comes into picture. So and there are a lot of industry expert lectures in our campuses. So that builds the confidence. So yeah. These are the right platforms. These are the very, very right platforms.
Yeah, I want to ask to Mr. Anil Kumar, what's his take, and how can, as an industry, participate, go to the institutes like KIIT and contribute, give our time, the HR fraternity or even the technical experts, to make our youngsters ready. Because, if you see, it is going to help the country. It's going to help the future requirements. Yeah, Mr. Anil Kumar? You're on mute. Yeah. Can you unmute, please, and speak?
Yeah. Yes, sir. Hello.
Yeah, Mr. Anil Kumar.
Yeah, I'm able to.
Yeah. So I was asking a question. So how the industry experts, and you are expert into the project management, having such a rich experience, how can the industry professionals go to the campuses, go to the institutes, contribute, understand, invest some time with the students and get the real life experience? So what's your take on this? How do you advise that?
In this context, actually, we recently done one workshop where JNTU, Jawaharlal Nehru Technology University of Hyderabad, and NIT Warangal. So these two universities in collaboration with the industry and aided by Teenage also. So we have hosted one 3-day workshop at JNTU. So where all the latest technologies like prefabrication, precast, and then the digitization, what we are talking about this subject in the construction industry, where it was a platform where student and industry and the academic both were on the same platform. So like this kind of workshops on national level and at many places in the country, it should be promoted. And also we were discussing about a prefabricated technology and even the digitization as to be part of the curriculum in the universities, for which NIT Warangal has already taken a step, and they are going to put a course in prefabrication. It's a PG course, post-graduation course. So like this, emerging technologies should be part of the curriculum at the student, at the university level and college levels.
Thank you very much. I think what I can see the crux of this, that with the technology, with the digitization, we can achieve more in the less cost, and definitely a better quality is certainly achievable. There is a transparency, there is a accuracy, and this would definitely help the industry in the long term. I can see some of the questions. So maybe the students or the people who are asking questions can write to Professor Abdullah, and we can take these questions. And it has been a wonderful session to interact with you. I'm sure the participants would get some benefit of this, and let us continue this journey. Let us not restrict for this particular today's forum. And I'm sure everyone would see a large. And as I said that we are into the nation building, let's work towards that. Let's look for a better India. Thank you all the panelists. Thank you for your very, very vital and important contributions made for this forum. And over to you, Professor.
Thank you. Thank you, Sanjay.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you,
everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sir, can we take at least 1 or 2 questions from the audience? Just 2 questions because we are running out of time.
All right.
So I can take that question on digitization, Sanjay. If you look at it, the questions which I've been asking is, of course, the cost of digitization needs to come down for us to adopt, because if you look at it, there are only grade A and B developers or the construction companies who are able to implement robust digitization processes, whether it is ERP, whether it is applications which will help the vendors or the customers. But I completely agree with Shrikanta, who is saying that it has to be brought down. I think this is where the role of government is also coming. They are the push which is being given towards the entire startup economy, and we are already seeing signs of the cost. For example, we are implementing ERP, and the cost of implementation of that compared to what it was is very, very, in fact, has come a long way in terms of the cost element. So I think right now you are right, the cost is little on the higher side, but as we adopt this process, the cost is bound to come down. It's simple economies of scale.
Yeah, super. Thank you, Nagesh. There's a very good question asked by Saswat Mahapatra, and he's saying that how can we be ready for the HR assessment while the recruitment process? So can we have some kind of a summer internship programs on Primavera and other softwares? And will that help positively? The answer is yes, big yes. And companies like us are quite keen for students to work for a longer internship, not just 2 months. Maybe if they are ready to work for 4 to 6 months and can go away from their hometowns, go to the sites, stay with workmen and officers. Okay. And if I want to talk about particularly into the pipeline industry, there is an institute in Noida, Protecon, where they provide a specific training into pipeline industry, how the welding takes place, the entire life cycle of the oil and gas pipeline. So there are definitely specific courses available, but answering to you, Sasha, yes, companies are quite keen. Students should work. Now the issue with students is they may not be seen. They just want to be there. They want to just get a certificate. I think that will not serve the purpose. If they want to be there, they want to bring in, ask questions, ask difficult questions. Probably they can definitely bring innovation into the practice because they can challenge the status quo. They would be clueless. They may not have the answers. So I think that would help the current resources to think beyond and think unthinkable, think out of the box, and that would certainly help to the industry. Yeah.
As far as just to respond, Sanjay, as far as the developer community is concerned, I think internship is more than welcome. It's just that we need to work out on the modalities and the duration. As Sanjay has rightly said, it has to be meaningful for both the student as well as the organization. I think it's a great idea. We extensively hire from campus, and we can, the summer internship is the foundation of all the PPOs and the future employments.
Yeah, there's a question which was asked by Gopal Bhagat about, I only mentioned about that the minister is trying to bring the GPS-based car tracking system. So he's asking about the privacy issue. So currently also when we cross and use the FASTag, we get to know that you have crossed this particular location and a destination because the amount is going to be deducted. So, Professor, would you like to answer to this about the getting into privacy?
I just went through that question. I do not know how far that would be good, but GPS tracking for commercial vehicles, that might be good enough, but I do not know how far that would be good for private cars. Private cars, it should not be good. That will be again a government issue. Public may raise issues on that, but commercial cars, that might sound good.
All right, thank you very much. I think, Professor, we have taken enough time and tried to get some questions from the students. I hope they find it suitable. We would certainly wait for the reaction, and we would be happy to take questions offline. Thank you once again, and over to you, Professor. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, my distinguished panelists.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you all.
Now I would request Mrityunjay sir, give vote of thanks to all the panelists. Sir.
Oh, hi. Thanks, Professor Moibullah. I think you can simply vote on. Thank you, Professor Moibullah. Definitely, this has been a great session for last 1 hour, and the topic was digitization of industry, and this is what we wanted to make it little different, and we call it as big alignment, which is usually called as big debate in TV shows, and if I see the record of our attendance, it is really it is great as such. We at some point of time we touched even 450 audience, making a pool from students, from faculty, from research, from a lot of knowledge aspiring body. I would certainly extend the esteemed panelist thanks to Mr. Nagesh, Mr. P. Anil Kumar, Mr. Badri Sharangi, and nevertheless, I would thank Mr. Sanjay for a great moderation. And nonetheless, I would extend my thanks to Professor Subrat Bera, who has taken interest in order to be one of the panelists and and representing the university. Thank you so much. We have taken all your inputs, quite insightful.
we have recorded, we have archived all the questions. I believe these questions will be, pertaining to the, the suggestions and all those we'll be sending out to you with a bit of relevance. I think this was really a great session. And more than that, I'm really happy, we could able to make the time, we could able to start in time and and could able to close properly before time. So that seems to be a very, very, a very strong connect of any panel discussions. So we have one more in succession to it. I will have panel 2. I believe few panel members have also joined. So with a very nice closer and with a nice gesture, I really thanks once more to all our esteemed panelists. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir.
Over to you, Professor Mohibullah.
Okay, so moving.
Yeah, once again, Professor Mohibullah, I would, I'm sorry, I left out thanking Mr. Abhishek Kala in absentia. He could not able to make it, but definitely, thanks to him in order to giving a consent. Anyway, we take it forward. Professor Mohibullah, to you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Now we'll move to the next session on Lean Construction Industry 4.0. And I would like to welcome all the panel members present here. I would like to introduce Mr. Ravi Reddy, is Senior Director, Mile, Hyderabad. We have with us Mr. Amir Basir, Senior Vice President, We Construct. We have Mr. Nanak Ghosh, MD, Well Homes. We have with us Mr. Saugato De, Commercial Head, Kalpatru Limited. We also have Mr. Swapnil Sahu, CMO and co-founder, Art Design Build. And we have Professor Sanjeev Maulik from KIIT School of Civil Engineering. Now, I would request Mr. Ravi Reddy to please moderate the session and take it forward. Sir, over to you.
Good morning, everyone. I think we are a bit ahead of time. I just want to check whether all the panelists have joined. Fantastic. So I think we can start. I'm just asking Professor Mohibullah, is it okay to start a bit early or should we wait for the 12:10?
Sir, you can start.
Okay, great. So first of all, I'd like to thank Kalinga Institute of Industrial Technology for organizing this conclave and asking me to participate on it. I would also like to thank the people who head the organization, Dr. Saranjit Singh, Pro Vice Chancellor, KIIT University, Professor Sasmita Samanta, Vice Chancellor, KIIT Deemed University, Dr. S.K. Mahapatra, Director, and Professor Mohibullah, who is a convener of this conclave. And a very personal thanks to Mrityunjay Ray, who worked very hard to rope me in because I was traveling and but he was very persistent and he got me here. So big thanks to him also. So what I'm going to do is I'm not going to follow the structure which has been given to us. I'll be doing it in a slightly different fashion. I want to ask my panelists to give their inputs in two parts. First is a free format thing, about what they are doing and what they want to talk about. And then we'll go to the one specific question which has been posed by the host university. That is like what advice do we have for the students? So a quick introduction. And I got a wonderful panel here who are very experienced and with a lot of knowledge. I think I'm the least qualified guy out here, but still I'll try to start it off, and then let's hope that the wisdom of my other 5 panelists will help me kind of make it up. Okay, so Industry 4.0 is all about use of data to optimize industry. Okay, so that part we all know. Lean is how to get the job done using minimal resources. When you talk about resources, it's very simple equation: manpower, material, money. That's what we talk about. Very simple equations. And I'm seeing that I got a huge audience of about 330 participants. So I believe a lot of students also there. So first of all, thank them for participating, and thanks to all the other participants. And that also puts a lot of pressure on the panel, having such a huge audience. So it just basically, as I call, man, material, money, what is the 3M formula. So how do we kind of make better use of manpower? That is kind of upskilling, more automation, and upskilling at the lowest level. So all this, you know, like there are whole, like, over the last 5 to 10 years, we have seen a lot of these programs for the upskilling of the lowest level workers, you know, like masons and all that, and a lot of programs from the central government. I think that makes sense. On one side, we have been seeing a lot of frauds also, but the basic motive is very nice. Maybe the implementation is not perfect, but I think that's the way to go. We need a lot of building of skills at the lowest level. Material, that is less wastage. Money, of course, faster execution means more money, because the delay is loss in the construction industry. Any delay, even one day, means you lost money. So we're talking about all this lean construction. Why? We want to save money. That's the ultimate goal of all industrial projects. A rupee saved is a rupee earned. Now, when we talk about construction and applying, you know, all this funda about lean is very tough thing, but we can immediately talk about the areas, starting with supply chain management, design, planning, progress tracking of the project, and finally quality assurance. So I'm just hoping that the panelists will be able to add on this. Now, applying the principles of Industry 4.0 and lean manufacturing, they come from continuous manufacturing industries, like somebody who's producing some components or something like that, which is a kind of continuous process. Building and construction are one-time projects with different drawings, different designs, different local challenges. So really taking those ideas and implementing in this industry is a huge challenge. So that makes it a great topic for you know, like brainstorming, and that's what we hope to do here. Now, I think we have one panel discussion here, followed by another panel of 5 to 6 experts. Now, this is my serious concern. I have been in academics a long time and in industry for the last 12 years. There's no real concrete output of this panel discussions and all that. This is to the organizing group, please. So, end of the day, you know, like the people from industry say, we went there, we talked. What was the output? Kya fayda hua? So that's a major concern, which I also share. So my sincere request to the organizing group and all the students who are out there, please take down some notes from these sessions. You will get a very wide range of ideas, because this is a very difficult topic, because, you know, the lean industry ideas are good if you are trying to manufacture bolts and nuts, but making buildings is a different challenge. So I really request Professor Malik and his students to take notes, and from the next session, and I would really be happy if you can publish a review paper, and whether you put our names or not important, but I would really like to get a copy of a review paper, because you're getting a lot of industry inputs here, and that is valuable, and I'm sure it will be appreciated all across industry. So I don't know, who knows, it might become a benchmark paper for your group. So that's my request, so that all these efforts don't go out in vain. Now I'll just quickly, what I'll do is I will quickly introduce each of my panelists, and I'll give them each 3 minutes to start off on their talk on all that, and I will just go in the same order in which I got the names. So I'll just introduce each panelist, and then I'll ask them, just give a brief introduction. I'll give them 3 minutes. If they're exceeding 3 minutes, I'll ask them to stop. Okay, so let's start with that. So I'll start with Mr. Nanak Ghosh, Managing Director, Dwellwell Homes. He comes from a very interesting background. He's a civil engineer who worked in a whole lot of, you know, like Sterling holiday resorts and all that. Then he got interested into interiors. So he has been into, from the year 2000, he got into the interiors business. So when you go through the panel, you'll find a whole lot of, professional transitions, which make them very interesting speakers. And he went off into IT and retail sector turnkey projects. Then that is like interiors is like almost the post-construction for a civil engineer. From there, he went off to land development and what I call pre-construction planning, land acquisition, all others. That's a very interesting profile. So now I invite Mr. Nana Ghosh to take charge and explain what have been his experiences, challenges, and how does he come when it comes to talking about lean. Over to Mr. Nana Ghosh.
Thank you, Mr. Reddy. It's a pleasure to be here among all of you. So, being a civil engineer, when I started my career, I started with Holiday. It's a resort company, hotel company, and I was in the projects. And being in a hotel industry, apart from the construction, you need to do up everything. You need to deck up the rooms, the lobby, the restaurant, and everything. So that is where the experience of interior came to me. So that is the time I realized, civil engineering is not just limited to brick and mortar. It is something to do more than that. And it's a vast area. And I would like to tell all the students who are doing their civil engineering, please specialize in different things what you can do. It's a very innovative branch. Just keep your basic, be strong on your basic, have little common sense, and just change with the time. So when I started, I left Sterling in 2000. And when I came back to Bangalore, I was thinking, how do I start? Those days, the real estate industry was not all that great what it is today. So I only had two options. Either I start on my own or I have to be employed by somebody. So I thought, let me start on my own. Civil was a line where you need a lot of capital to start with. And that is the time when I thought, why not with interiors? Interior, one of the advantage of interior is most of the labor you will be working with will be skilled labor. Like in the construction industry, you have skilled and unskilled labor. But in interior, most of the time, 90% of the labors will be skilled labor. But interior doesn't mean only woodwork. We always think interior only involves woodwork. So something which will not be known to any civil engineer, but interior is something which includes everything. It includes IT, it includes plumbing, it includes audiovisual, electrical, lot of work, because interior is not limited to just doing residential work. I have done a lot of turnkey projects for retail outlets where you just get a shell and you have to build up everything from the flooring to everything. Maybe some sort of structural works, what you have studied in civil engineering may not be a part of it, but you require a lot of things which are connected with your civil engineering. And I would say you may do much better, much better than people who have done a 6 months interior course. You will know how to use the material. The biggest thing in interior where you can make profit, which is very important. Money is important. If you don't make money, then you cannot survive in the market. So the biggest thing of making money in interior is saving wastage.
Yes, Mr. Ghosh, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I will have to interrupt and you have to close within the next 10-15 seconds. I'll give you another chance. Yeah.
Okay. So that is what I would like to say. So interior is a part of it. You can specialize also after you finish your engineering, you can specialize in interior. And then there is real estate, which basically land development and prefabricated homes. So I would like others to speak on the same topic.
Thank you, Mr. Ghosh. Thank you very much. That was a wonderful start. Now I'll invite Mr. Saugato De, who is a commercial head of Kalpataru Limited. He's an architect. He comes from an architecture background, and then he has been working in real estate, and he's been focusing on lean processes for construction, from design and all the ancillary services, with a lot of focus on time and cost reduction, working for a big company which works, different projects. He's got a lot of experience. So I hope he'll be sharing that with us in the next 3 minutes. Yes, Mr. Day.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Reddy. Thank you. It's a great pleasure to be here. I come from, my basic education is of architecture, and I also have an MBA from Indore. But this has been some time back. For the last nearly 15 years, I've been in development continuously, and my single focus has been to maximize profits for the company. So when we talk about profits maximization, I guess every student will ultimately look to get into a job at some time, though that is changing. But whenever we get into a role, our sole purpose is to maximize profits for the company that we are working. Now, development in India is very cutthroat in the sense that developers do not want to waste any effort to maximize profits. One of the easiest ways to maximize profits is reduce waste. So while lean development techniques, I feel, is the need of the hour, not from just a private enterprise perspective, but from the development of the company perspective. Because lean, when we reduce waste, we inherently imply that we are improving the efficiency of all the effort, material, and money that we are using. Another aspect that we need to keep in mind over here, which we typically do not consider, but it inherently gets considered in the aspect of money, is the usage of time. And time as an effort, as the amount of effort each individual resource puts into a project. If we can maximize the output of output as in net output, in fact, there is a lot of sacrificial work there's an enormous amount of repetitive work, which if there is democratization of, or if there is proper understanding of the information across various various verticals of a team, can lead to a faster output and a faster delivery on the ground. Then it makes sense. This delay in time has enormous ramifications at the end of the customer, because the customer also has put in money and his delivery gets delayed. There can be implications, real money implications in the interest that they are paying on those loans that they have taken to buy houses, buy spaces. So I think from the perspective of lean in India per se, the aspect of time taken to deliver projects and to reach the final stages of delivery is paramount. It generally does not get considered in our calculations and is inherent in the time value of money. That said, there has to be, when we talk about greater efficiency, it means that we will develop more in a reduced amount of time, which, if is done on a large scale, will have enormous implications on the overall growth factor of the country, not just of one individual project. But if everybody starts doing it, the country will grow faster, development will grow faster, quality of life will improve faster. And I think that is where we should focus on.
Thank you, Mr. Day. Thank you for sticking to the time. Next, I'll introduce Mr. Swapnil Sahu, co-founder and CMO of Earth Design Build. He's an architect from IIT Kharagpur, so that's where I was very happy to meet another IIT Kharagpur student. I'm a pretty old batch guy, 1985 guy. He comes from a much more recent batch, and he's been working for about more than 11 years. He has done big signature projects like the IKEA building in Hyderabad. He has been focusing on the gaps in technology and by focusing on BIM, how to increase the profitability, and basically how to borrow ideas from the lean manufacturing, ideas of mechanical engineering and manufacturing. He's been trying to do that. So I will turn the stage over to Mr. Swapnil Sahu.
Yeah, thank you, Mrs. Reddy. I will, without wasting time, I will just begin with our story, how lean interested us and how this lean methodology has improved our operation and profitability. So we started as a design build contracting firm after working in industry for 3-4 years as an architect, project manager, and contractor. And with our focus was using technology to improve operational profitability. That was our idea. In design, we adopted BIM, and in BIM, we brought a lot of efficiency in terms of our design deliverables. But in construction, we could not find any software or any platform where we could freely communicate with our people. Over that time, WhatsApp was not there, and although it's not a very efficient one, so it allowed us to further go deep dive into the topic how we can improve our operational profitability in the contracting field. And that is how we came across the lean methodology. Basically, lean methodology is a very simple ideology that you have to constantly improve your effort, like your value of your effort. And that is where we find out, like, if we have to improve anything, if we have to improve even our life, any goals we want to achieve, the first thing is to think like we have to measure our effort, where we are putting how much effort and what is the output it is coming. And in order to measure, you need to have a process. Until you do not have a process, you will not be able to measure accurately. And in order to have a process, so what we have found in construction industry in India, we have operation in Singapore and US also, but I'm talking particularly about India. In India, we have processes on paper, but it's very difficult to implement those processes with efficiency on ground. And because of that, if the data which you are collecting is not that accurate. So the first challenge which we found in lean methodology is like have a process on paper, implement that process, measure each and every aspect of that process. Once you measure, you will be able to prioritize that which are the gaps in your process which is leading to the maximum wastage. So the gaps which are leading to the maximum wastage, you can target that, find the root cause of that waste, solve it, and then one by one, you constantly improve your operation. And that is how you improve your operational efficiency. This is one of the fundamental thing which we have learned in lean methodology, which we have learned from the case study of Toyota, which they have implemented in their plant. And Toyota is one of the most operationally efficient case study in the world. And yeah, so I guess I will have a lot more to discuss about it, but I will restrict myself here.
Thank you, Mr. Sahu. Thank you very much. My next panelist is Mr. Amir Basir, pre-construction leader of WeConstruct. He has more than 8 years experience, and he's again focused on how to leverage technology for construction management. They work with a US-based partner, and he's into a lot of pre-construction planning. And he finds that there are two areas which he has focused a lot. One is BIM, and moving forward from precast to prefab, that transition is, he finds it a very interesting thing. And he also has some notes on the Indian scenario and how it makes it tough. Over to Mr. Amir Bashir.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Reddy. Maybe I'll start you mentioned about like we had been partnering with the US counterpart, which is DPR Construction. So our vision has been like how we can leverage the technology so as to transform the construction industry. And one of the important aspects which we found was on like leveraging BIM, or how we can have like integrated projects delivery, wherein all the stakeholders are collaborating in a right framework very early in the stage construction, so as to make sure like when we are moving into the construction, we are reducing on waste, we are good on schedule, plus like we are good on like saving money as well. So definitely like our focus, BIM has been like one of our focus. Along with that, prefab, another perspective, definitely helping us in terms of like reducing the waste. Precast panels, sort of like we had also like been like having like pods construction, which are like primarily used for the commercial projects, wherein it is sort of getting like utilized and thereby putting us like very ahead of the schedule. The aspect of our engagement has been pretty straight, that we through the BIM services like want to plan it right in the first go itself, so that like the coordination issues or like the issues which we see when we are getting into the construction, those are getting taken care of like very early while we are planning it itself. So and specifically talking about like some like Indian scenarios. So I feel like the Indian industry is definitely growing, and there's like definitely huge scope. Some of the owners have started like leveraging and utilizing BIM so as to make sure like we are truly making a progress leveraging the technology. But I still feel like there is a lot of like reluctance in terms of like accepting BIM. People consider it is probably like the additional money spent on the projects. But when we try to see like it getting applied on multiple projects and more projects, we see like value coming out of it. It is actually like the money which we are going to waste in terms of like later on having the delays in construction, or we are going to have like defects in terms of like overproduction or things like that. So those can be curbed very early on in case if we try to do it virtually. We try to have like leverage the technology and try to see like what things are really working and what things need to be improvised. So yeah, that's pretty much definitely I can talk more, but I am restricting myself over here. So yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Bashir. Now I'll introduce Professor Dr. Sanjeev Malik, who is a Dean of Civil Engineering at KIIT University. And he comes from a civil engineering background, but he's been focusing on environmental issues and waste and other things. And as a part of KIIT, he's been into teaching and consultancy. And so I would like to hear his views on how he sees lean in the context of industry. Over to Professor Malik.
Okay, so thank you very much, Ravi sir. So just at the outset, I'd like to introduce our school, right? And I mean, kind of activities what we're doing here, because basically we generate the workforce, right? So lean is fine, but then somebody has to implement. So for that, we need the workforce, and we are training our students in that line. So shortly, I'm just introducing our school. So we are offering a BTech program in civil engineering. And other than that, we offer MTech program in 4 different specializations, like construction engineering and management, structural engineering, geotechnical engineering, and water resource engineering. And also we have offer PG diploma course in construction management and infrastructure development. Right, and also we are very well connected to industries. We carry out a lot of consultancy projects in association with industries like Ernst & Young, Simplex Infrastructure, National Highway, Glass Academy, Global Archer. Now recently we have MOU with NCCBM, that is National Council of Cement and Building Material, and where we have started doing joint research work also. Right. So now coming to our student part. So our students are very well trained in different latest technologies. Like we conduct specific summer training programs, right, wherein we introduce different softwares like Primavera or MS Project or BIM related softwares, right? And through that, students are well trained in digital platform. They are very much accustomed with the digital platform, and because of this shift, right, so they have good knowledge on this overall this process, what's going on in the field. And also we have industry sponsored lab, like we have Autodesk sponsored BIM lab, and also we have the scaffolding and formwork lab sponsored by TOCA. So these the ways we are connected, and we are doing a lot of, as I said, we are doing a lot of consultancy projects in the area of structural, and then also in the road part, building construction, road parts, and also in the soil stabilization part. We are doing a lot of consultancy. So in that way, we are very well connected with the industry, and as a part of that, our most of our faculty members, they are having a lot of industrial experience. So obviously, when we teach our students, we give real life examples to the students. In that way, students get connected to the field. And because of this pandemic, so we could not conduct classes physically, and it's all happening in online mode. But through summer internship, we carried out a lot of programs on Primavera, Tech Lab, then ECAT survey, GIS remote sensing. So many things we are doing on that.
Thank you, Professor Malik. I have to interrupt you. I know you want to talk more about your college and department, but we have to continue. For the second round, there's a question which the host organization has really framed for us. I think since all of you are coming from industry, it really is a good question. So I think we'll take it up as a second round question, and I'll give you about 1 or 2 minutes each to please respond to that. How can civil engineers graduates better equip themselves for the construction industry of present day India? So I'll again go in sequence. I'll ask Mr. Ghosh to give his views. Means this again, we're talking about MTechs and BTechs who are getting out. Before getting out of the college, how can they equip themselves better to handle the construction industry of India in the present day? I'll start with Mr. Ghosh.
Yeah, so I think the best way to be equipped is you have to use your common sense and be smart. That's it. Because there are a lot of areas where you can cover. It is not just, as I earlier also said, civil engineering is not limited to brick and mortar. There are a lot of areas. So I would say to start with, join any company, try to understand which is the area where you can specialize in. Once you join, there are a lot of things. Now, civil engineering is something which is nation building. It can be road work. That huge amount of roads are being constructed every day. So just think which area you would like to concentrate and specialize. Don't get into the crowd. If you want to be in the crowd, then you will be left over. Try to think which is the area that you would like to concentrate. You think you will be right person for those areas based on your likes, and be innovative and select that path and try to focus on that path, whether it is interior, whether it is prefabricated, whether it is land development, urban development, town planning, road development. So there are a lot of infrastructures, a lot of areas. So I would say just once you graduate, just get into a job before you start doing your MTech or anything else, mastering anything. Give 2-3 years of your time into the field and try to see which is the best option you can look for and get into that line.
Thank you, Mr. Ghosh. Thank you very much. Now I request Mr. Day to give his inputs on the same question. How can engineering civil graduates equip themselves better before they enter into the construction industry?
So my take over here is before students try getting into industry, they should try getting an overview of the different segments of the industry. Civil engineering is a mother science, which has multiple specializations which are possible emanating from one discipline. As you go ahead in life, you will probably be specializing in 1 or 2 segments of that entire discipline. However, you need to understand where you are in that entire value chain and what are the other segments of that value chain. You will never be working in isolation. You will be working with teams who bring in different sets of value. It is crucial to understand what value each individual and each team brings to the entire process. So to say, get to understand what you are doing and how you fit into the overall picture, and what is the value you bring and what value someone else brings. Understanding that before you get into something might be crucial to decide the path that you take, because ultimately you might want to get into somebody else's field or graduate from one field to the other. What interests you today might not interest you tomorrow, or something else might be interesting probably tomorrow. So once you get an idea of who does what and how the overall picture is built, probably you can chart your path better.
So Mr. Desh's advice to the students is, please meet a lot of girls before you get married to one.
Absolutely.
Okay, now I'll invite Mr. Sahu to please give his inputs on how can civil engineers equip themselves better for the industry.
I will share my experience. I guess I totally agree with Mr. Ghosh and Mr. Dev, because that has worked for me. So when I was in college, I went for internship. There is a alumni who are already working in the industry. I spoke to them. I found how things works, and that has helped me shape my entire career, like what I wanted to do. So I started my career abroad in Shanghai. There I learned. When I came back to India, my seniors guided me that you should work in India before you start something in India, because India is a different ball game altogether. I worked in a different role. I worked as an architect, project manager, as a client before starting my own company. I found out like I shouldn't have said like 100%, but then I got an idea that what is lagging in the industry where I can add value, or if I start my own practice where I should focus to add value myself. Because on day one you do not have answer for all the questions, right? But it's a journey you have to take. So you need to have clear idea. So career is also same. Like until you do not have exposure, what is you are getting into yourself, you will not be able to take any prompt decision, any clear decision. So exposure is for sure. Date as many as girls in your language. Get idea of where you fit well, like what is where your aptitude feel well, where your temperament feel well, what are your aspiration and goals. And it takes some time, so you have to give some time to it, some thought to it. It's not that it will come on its own, or normally people go by other people advice. It should not be like that. Like it should be, you should get maximum exposure, see where you are fitting in, and then take a direction. And if it works well, if not work, then you should be agile enough to change. So that's what I like to
Thank you, Mr. Sahu. Thank you, Mr. Sahu. Now I'll go to Mr. Amir Bashir and I'll ask him to again to try the answering the same question from his viewpoint.
Yeah, I think the other panelists have already mentioned that definitely it's going to be dependent on like how do you see your career path. Like you definitely like do some evaluation. I see like even like the current perspective, the ongoing graduate students, they should be definitely like having that attitude that sort of we have to learn, we have to upskill ourselves. Definitely like the modern or the recent trends in like from the technology standpoint, we have to go to receptive to that. And then like at the same time, like I feel like there is definitely value in terms of like the traditional approaches which we had been following in the construction industry. But there should be like that sort of agility with respect to like sort of, okay, how I'm going to learn and improvise on things. Because we are talking about Industry 4.0, and there is definitely a lot of things from the data standpoint or artificial intelligence standpoint or like the technology standpoint. We can truly create an impact when we are like aware about these technologies, plus like we are advancing ourselves in terms of these as well. So that's my piece of like advice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bashir. I think now I haven't kind of shared my views. I'll just come quickly on the first question and the second question also. I work for Mega Engineering and Infrastructures Limited. Almost all our projects are state government or central government. And and the public sector construction is a huge part of the construction industry. Unfortunately, that is very backward in technology. I'll tell you my own experience with some of the government clients. They are very poorly aligned with technology. And for example, like a few years back, I was looking at the design of a gate, of a, kind of a gate which is supposed to hold back the water, stagnant water somewhere. It's a trash rack gate or something like that. And now I think in the first year of BTech itself, everybody learns that when your water at the surface of the water pressure is 0, at the bottom it is high. So I told them, why aren't we using any good tools like finite element, something so that the gate is a bit thin on the top and a thick at the bottom? My guys told, see, your calculations have to match the handbooks which they're following. Their handbooks are about 150 years old. Now that handbook says you use the same thickness from top to bottom. Then I told him, but shouldn't we explain to them? My guys are, sir, now instead of 1 ton, the gate is 5 ton. We get paid by the ton. So hamara kya problem hai? You understand the kind of, so what we are, because of the lack of percolation of technology into the organizations which manage the large public sector projects, and they manage, it must be, I don't know what percentage, it's a huge percentage, and there's a lot of wastage there. And I think that somebody from the industry is really not equipped. Only academic organizations like maybe KIIT, they have to work with, somehow open a channel with the governmental agencies and somehow push technology, or I don't know how. It's a very difficult task. It's a kind of a education of the organizations, so that they, and you know what? Then we have to verify the calculations on Excel sheet. I cannot have any hidden formula. I have to write there 10 into 20 in one column and write in the next column 200. Only then it will get checked, because they will verify with a hand calculator. So that's one big thing. So in all this, how to train the elephant to dance. That's my challenge, and only academic organization, because we in the industry are more more focused on how to stay alive, how to get our next paycheck, and how to make some profit. So the pressure is too much. We don't have any kind of motivation to educate all these organizations, but these are the people who are controlling, and they are implementing process with a huge wastage. So I think this is another topic for the educational institute. So the organizing institute KIIT can really look at that. Now I'll also give my 2 cents worth on the second question: how can civil engineering graduates equip themselves for the construction industry? First of all, I want them to get their blinkers off. They are somehow trained to believe that if you are getting a civil engineering degree, you have to do only civil engineering. If you do anything else, it's like a pap. It's like a sin or pap. You should not do anything else. Okay, then. So if a civil engineer goes into the IT industry, is considered like, he has forgotten his religion, he has become a apostate or something like that. And there's a lot of these people who comes and I want core job. I say, what is this core job? There is a myth of a core job. I think all the panelists out, I'm talking of seeing here architects who become civil engineers who become interior designers and all that. That's the reality. I am a core mechanical engineer, but half the time I'm looking at civil engineering projects, and the only textbook I published is on C programming. I love my IT side, so I'm not a practitioner, but it's a hobby, so I work on it. And that kind of a thing has to be pushed at the college level. The problem with educational institutions is they also have these departmental silos. So how to break those silos and how to get that. And talking about skills, sir, I'll be very happy to see your graduates know proper MS Excel. I go to all these colleges and ask, which is the most important software for a civil engineer? They tell CAD, STAD, BIM, PIM, I don't know. I tell them, sorry boss, it is Microsoft Excel. I'm very sorry to say, people come in with pathetic MS Excel. Okay, now that creates a problem. So I give him one bloody estimate for 1 hour, he comes back after 2 days. Second part, 90% of them can't draft an email, boss. Now that's, I don't know, I don't want to talk about technical skills at all. I want, nowadays, in my selection skill, I give them an essay. Write what happened in this COVID pandemic. Write about your college, write about your family. Just write 1 page. It's like, it's really sad that I have to give a 1-page essay to a MTech and BTech student, but 50% are writing such crap, I can't even go to the next step. So this is a situation, and I'm also part of the problem because I also am part of 2 engineering colleges. So I take the blame on myself, but when you talk about basic skills, you teach them MS Excel before you go to Primavera and all these kind of things. They don't know how to handle Excel formulas. And then I also tell, my advice is, for a civil engineer to pick up IT skills, whether understanding the fundamentals of Excel or big data analysis or data mining is very easy. For an IT engineer to learn anything about a civil is very tough, impossible. he will never make a building. He'll never understand a building drawing. But for a civil engineer with a little bit of interest and a little bit of push from his college, they can learn all the required skills, like, they can get exposure to tools and all that. But again, it has to be monitored at a professional level. Sir, Professor Malik, you told me a lot of software and all that.
Yeah.
But have you ever called an industry expert to check their knowledge? Call somebody from Mr. Day or Mr. Ghosh or Mr. Swapnil or somebody to come and check, certify that they know what is required. That doesn't happen. We as I'm from both the sides, sir. I also am an academician. So we as academicians sit in a college very happy we are doing training. But are we ever seeking any certifications? For example, and particularly, where is the problem? Again, when you talk about IT, most people have this belief that IT means only software. Arey bhai, hardware. The world belongs to things like photogrammetry, which I learned about 2 years back. I had a project, I had to measure a 40-meter structure, whether it was aligned or not. I learned photogrammetry, and I found it's a beautiful tool. Photogrammetry, GPS, how to use mobile-based technologies, how to use automation, how to use IoT. We keep hearing, but do our students have exposure, at least on a functional part? What can we do with IoT? What can we do with photogrammetry? What can we do with GPS? And what happens is we are stuck in our set syllabus. Arey by civil engineer yahi padega. And they don't go beyond that. So there's a lot of, I think that's what I also came to know from all my fellow panelists. Breadth. I think everybody has been talking about breadth, more common sense, more smartness, not just brick and mortar. Don't follow the crowd. Okay, a broader overview of possibilities. First, you learn all the possibilities, then you go for specialization. That I think one advice was very great. That after BTech, work for 2-3 years, understand what's your interest, then go for an MTech. Don't go for an MTech in whichever place you get a seat. Internships, of course, help a lot. I think Swapnil was talking about the internships. They're actually a great game, but again, the internship thing has been mandated by ACT. We are doing it. I don't think we have reached the level of professional internship which we need. We are doing it on a namesake thing, but everybody has to do internship. One semester is done. So there's a lot of work from the academic side, but I really thank all the panelists. Okay, now any questions from the audience or Professor Malik? I think we just have about 3 minutes left.
Yeah, so thank you, Ravi sir, for summarizing the entire thing, and I fully agree with you. Actually, yeah, Excel is the most important software which civil engineers need. When I joined in 2001 in company, so I used to use Excel only. I used to make programming in Excel.
Yes.
I mean, I shifted C++ programming to Excel. I made that spreadsheet, and I got famous because of that. So I also tell my students, and also you see, we have many sessional subjects where Excel is compulsory. So they have to work out everything in Excel, like design of concrete structure. So they do it in Excel only, and in front of the faculty member. So that is how we have introduced Excel. And on behalf of School of Civil, I invite all the panelists to our school, sir, and we'll be very, very happy if you come and check our student and examine our student, and also come as a for placement drive or whatever it is, or some other collaboration. We'll be very, very happy. So thank you so much. Thank you so much.
So I think I'll just close the session. We are just 1 minute left. I would like to thank all the panelists. First of all, I had a brief interaction with them at a personal level yesterday on the phone, and I just talked to them because I really had no idea. So I wanted to educate myself. So all my panelists kind of really helped me to educate myself and kind of put this panel. So my kind of final remark to the audience: if there are any shortcomings as the session coordinators, I am the person to blame. I really want to thank all the panelists for taking time out from the busy day. And I know for an industry guy to take his slot, you must have either skipped lunch or something like that. Thank you very much. And for me also, it was a wonderful experience. And Professor Malik, I insist on seeing a paper from you.
Sure,
because only then I'll join your next program of KIIT. Otherwise, we just come and do blah, blah, blah. I really don't like that. And I think the industry people also will be very happy if you write a small review paper also and share with them. That will be a good closure to the activity. And you can also add whatever you learn from the next panel session, I think, which you have immediately going after that. But that's something I insist, because these things should have a kind of final closure. The output should be documented, whatever it may be, it may be little or more. And you have chosen a very ambitious topic, trying to bring the concepts of lean manufacturing, which is easy in manufacturing, to construction. It's a very difficult topic. So you got a wide range of activities, a wide range of opinions from the panel. I think in the next panel also, you'll get a very wide range. If you can somehow summarize them, put it in a formal manner, and maybe you can send it to the panelists for a final review so that they can also add something. And all of us will feel happy that we have contributed a few lines to an academic paper also. Okay, so thanks to all the panelists, thanks to the conveners, thanks to Professor Malik, and thanks to the conclave organizers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, panelists. We have one question. If we can respond to that.
Yes, sir. Sure.
Shashwat have asked one question. I'll just read it. I was reading an article where it was mentioned that 50% of organizations were aware of lean method, but they were not willing to implement it because of not having proper roadmap. What things can be done to change at this level?
Yeah.
Yes, somebody from the panel.
Yeah. So I like to add something to this.
Yeah.
We have implemented lean methodology in our organization, and then we have created a technology tool, and we have developed this tool in Singapore and in US, and now we are implementing this tool in India. In US, DPR is one of our client. I'm happy that one of my client is featured here. So coming to the question, he's right. See, as I told in the beginning, that lean means continuous improvement. In order to continuous improvement, you need to first measure your effort. In order to measure your effort, you need to have a process on paper. So now in India, the problem is there is a paper on table, but to implement that process effectively on ground is where the gap is. So currently we are filling that gap. So the client who are already reached that level, who have implemented their process robustly, who are getting their data from their processes, they are taking the next step where they are going to find out where are the gaps are in their processes and how to improve it. So the gap, that 50% number is, I don't know from where you have got it, but then from my experience, more than that. In India, only 10 to 20% of clients are mature enough to implement their process on ground. So how to solve it? I guess the new people who are coming, I guess they have an affinity towards using less paper and more mobile and more IoT or more technology to do the same job, which is making it easier for everybody in the system to move to the next step. So I would like all the students to learn about this topic more and more. What are the latest technology coming? How are digitization, IoT, and is helping industry to grow faster and improving operational efficiency? And wherever you join or go for it, ask for it. And if there is any discussion about it, support it.
Thank you, Mr. Rao.
Yeah, I would like to take that question once. The first question, which is there, which mentions about 50% of the organization being aware of lean method. Yes. Yeah, that is an issue because primarily in industry, what happens is each team works in a very siloed fashion. They have their blinkers on, like somebody else put it earlier. And they are, so a civil engineer just focuses on being a good civil engineer and doing his part of the role properly. I think to have an effective lean method or lean methodology implemented across the entire value chain, project management really comes to the fore. And while it was not mentioned, I think it is very appropriate and it's a very excellent value add for students to get a PMI certification. It is very easily available. You can look it up online, and it does impart skills which is internationally recognized. So somebody needs to tie the different threads in the entire value chain. And only when it is tied will you ultimately be able to get proper lean effectiveness in the value chain. Have everyone being aware is actually pointless, because they are just aware. Nobody guides them as to what needs to be done at what point of time to actually achieve output. I think that is which leads to the second question, is the role of lean construction right now in industry. Construction industry is very project oriented, which is each project is different. The learnings from one project is not entirely translatable to another project. The project changes from space to time, and because of these changes, what you do in one project may not entirely be applicable in another. That said, there is enough scope for standardization, and there is enough scope for learnings to be disseminated. There is no repository which collects these learnings. Unfortunately, even within an organization, what you might learn on one project is not translated to the teams on another project. They start their discovery from scratch, and codifying this knowledge can have tremendous implications. And you can be a learning organization wherein each team learns and transfers that learning to other teams so that they don't repeat those mistakes. That can have enormous knock-on effects and will ultimately will translate to money and time well spent.
Thank you, Mr. Day. Yes, any other questions? I think we are out of time.
Yeah, we will stop here because we have to start another session.
Thanks to everyone.
Yeah, I would request Amar sir to just give a word of thanks.
Yeah, hi. Thanks, Moibula sir. Actually, Ravi sir have made my task easy. He has given introduction and finally also the thanks note. But anyway, as a part of our deliberations, sir, it is a fantastic for last 1 hour or maybe somewhere around 70-75 minutes. A very, very nice, intuitive, perceptive learning, a very good learning curve. The answers are given very razor sharp and very precision to the to the questions. A very, very penetrative. And Ravi sir, you have given a profound life learning for civil engineers, and that too for the colleges in order to adapt a few doable techniques, or maybe few doable curriculum remix. I would extend my heartfelt thanks to Mr. Amir Bashir, Mr. Nano Ghosh, Mr. Shogat Uday, Mr. Swapnil Sahu, and nevertheless, Ravi sir, to you. Thanks for making it a very, very informative, very, very precision to the questions which has been asked. And thanks, Professor Sanjeev Maulik, for introducing the School of Civil Engineering best practices, our repository for the civil engineering softwares, the labs and all, and representing the School of Civil Engineering, KIIT University. Thank you so much. And over to Maulik sir, Moibula sir. I think we have a debate on this lean constructions for Industry 4.0. We will have a big alignment or big fight, whatever you call. We represent it as a big alignment. So we have 5-6 speakers on this, and we will launch this program immediately after this. Over to Professor Moibullah. Thank you so much. Thanks, sir.
Thank you, Sanjay. We'll move to another session now. Let me introduce all the panel members. Yeah, so We have with us Mr. Deepak Suvama, Senior Executive Vice President, Project Pyramid Reality. We have Mr. Chandar Thapar, CHRO Hiranandani. We also have Mr. Abhishek Singhal, Head Projects, Ambuja Nyatia. We have Mr. Ramesh Mitra Gotri, CHRO Ultratech Cement, Aditya Birla Group. And we have Professor Sushant Tripathi from School of Mechanical Engineering. I would request Mr. Deepak to please moderate the session. Over to you, sir.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. So that has been a good learning for the past 3 to 4 hours that we have all been through, right? The final 1 hour, I think so, right? It's lunchtime, everybody must be hungry, right? So we will make it as interesting as possible. We have got a lot of people, the top guys from the industry over here trying to tell us what do we learn, what do you think about the lean construction methodology that we talked of. I think so even the panel which happened just now did discuss in detail about, and there was a lot of input that came in from there, right? I think so the last 2 years where you had COVID, where construction almost went to a standstill, but it has been a good learning as well for us as an industry, right? So where people thought of how do we really mechanize things? How do we have less people on the job, right? And that's what all lean construction is all about. So having less people on the job, getting more product output from the people, so and having mechanized and digitization as well. So what digitization has happened over the past 1.5 years, I think we have not seen over a decade, right? So how things were virtual, we have been speaking virtual. I think we are speaking virtually now. Have we thought about it 2 years back? No, we not thought about it that conclave can happen on a virtual manner. It was happening far-flung, right? So all of this developments has happened in the most of trying times. And I think so it has been a good learning for everybody. Where the construction industry, right, where we are talking of the GDP, I think it's moving towards where in 2025, we are talking of being 13% of the GDP through the construction industry, right? And by 2030, we are talking of almost $1 trillion as a budget for the construction industry. That's the market size of it. We are talking of huge numbers. And these numbers come in where investments come in, and where investments are coming in, where it's to be productive. And unless you start working to be more productive, unless you start looking at how you are going to be more efficient, we are in trouble, right? Having so much of investment coming in, if you are not good. And us as an industry, like Indian industry, has got a lot of development to do. And I think so we have developed quite well. The last decade has seen a lot of things, a lot of mechanization happening. And we see a lot of things happening in the process-oriented systems happening. And we are talking of reducing waste, better productivity, efficiency, and all this. We have seen a lot of development over the last 10 years. And you are coming, like you are graduating at the right time, you're learning at the right time. And I think so with all of your input, I think so a lot of things can come in from you. This particular lean construction is more of learning, more of education, more of telling people how to do things productively. And I think so as students, you are the best judge, right? You are learning, so you can come up with your own smart ideas. And us as professionals, we have been in the industry for 2 decades, 3 decades. I think so we have burned this thing. So I think so something coming from the younger generation will always be productive. And I think so we can move towards a better world and better efficient construction. And I think so we all as a team can contribute well towards a lean construction, where India is doing a lot of development, but I think so we are still in the very nascent stage of development in terms of lean construction. We are doing what we best know, but there is a lot of improvements to be done as journey. Like there are quite a few, just introduce yourself in a minute's time in a sequence, right? And just Mr. Thapar, you can start off, and then maybe just a minute with each of you, and then we can start with the question and answer sessions. You are on mute. Professor, you are on mute. To the bottom left corner of the screen.
Yeah, I think, am I audible?
Yeah, now you're audible.
Yeah, so good afternoon, all of you. My name is Chandar. I am representing the Hiranandani group. which has about 9 verticals. I'm basically an advocate, but moved to the HR function pretty long. I graduated from TISS, so I felt that practicing or being a corporate, so I chose the corporate vis-a-vis the field in the legal fraternity. I personally enjoy to be in this field since long. I have in the process of learning, and it has really enriched my life. So advocate is one, and practicing as a employee, as an HR person, is a very different world. But I enjoy whichever. I don't regret for anything. I am in the process of enhancing my learning and also to contribute wherever I can make a difference in the life. I think we can move to the next speaker and then come to the session, or should I share my perspective right now? What?
No, we will just do a round of introduction, and then we can maybe come up with the perspective.
Fine. Thank you.
Mr. Abhishek.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Abhishek Singhal. I'm a civil engineer with 25 years of experience. I am into real estate sector in a company called Ambuja Neotia, operating out of Calcutta. I am more into design management, till project management and handover stages of real estate as well as hospitality projects. Thank you.
Mr. Ramesh.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Ramesh Mitragotri. I head HR for Ultratech Cement Limited, strictly not from the construction sector, but very closely allied. We are building materials people. Part of my career, I also had stint. I was heading HCC group as HR head for some time. So that's been my closest connect into construction, core construction area. Been largely a HR management person. I've been last 25 years of my career I've spent in change management, organization transformations, and in different both upturn, downturn, expansions, growth, divestments. I've covered it all in organization changes. So very happy to be on this panel. It's more my learning than saying something here. But thanks, and back to you, Deepak.
So it's construction is all about man and material. So you, as far as the resources are there, getting the resources after the technically everything onto the field is what you all help us with, right? Welcome to the panel, Professor Sushanta.
Yeah, very good afternoon to all panel members, my dear students. I'm basically the only one who is from the academia with 3 decades of teaching and research. Basically, I'm the PhD from IIT Kharagpur, the Industrial Engineering and Management. And my bread and butter is basically the supply chain area. Okay, fine. I'm working in the sustainability, remanufacturing, and supply chain. My PhD students also working in the lean manufacturing right now. He's also at the audience right now here. So basically, I'm very much pleased because we have the lean and this concept with the digitalization, what we have learned from the previous mission. These are the key factors what the pandemic has learned us, and thanks the panel member here. Yeah, it's from my end.
So what we'll do is I'll just shoot out a few questions to the esteemed panel members, and then they may come up their views about lean construction, right, and how we ought to go about it. So starting with the academics, Doctor, since you're closest to the students, I'll start with, so why according to you, do we need lean construction? Dr. Sushanta?
Yeah, okay, yeah. Why? Because basically lean construction and industry 4.0. 4.0 already defined. It's a current trend of automation, you can say, or data exchange in the construction sector using digital technologies. It may be artificial intelligence, blockchain, cloud computing, IoT, all things. Okay. But lean construction is an essential in the modern day construction activity. As cited by Konclave 2002, lean construction is a way of the design the production system to minimize the waste of material, time, and effort in order to generate the maximum possible amount of value. So it's a construction activity, employs the attributes such as workforce, materials, equipment, and information, and optimize the resources, time, and effort. So A lean construction focuses what the academic says. It's a Toyota principle by the Taiichi Ohno developed after the World War II. Three things we have to minimize: Mudda, Mura, and Buri. Mudda is basically your wastefulness and usefulness and futility, where Mura, unevenness, irregularity, ununiformity, where Muri, the Japanese term, overburden, excessiveness, or beyond one's power. So these can be reduced from the construction sector. So basically, three components. Basically, we have in the lean, the three elements: the people, your culture, the process what you are using, our philosophy second, and technology. So we can say the lean construction in a single term, it's the optimal utilization of the resources of the 4 M's: that man, machine, material, and vitamin M, money, with updated information. So what previously, what the previous speaker also told, and nicely Professor Ravi Reddy also has quoted, in the project management, we are thinking reduce the critical path, the time, these things, okay. But in the lean construction, we are optimizing the efforts, focus on making the workflow reliable in here. And here the downstream stakeholders are involved in the front-end planning, in the lean construction. Similarly, here also lean approach tries to make continuous improvement in the process, workflows, and lean construction tries to increase the transparency between the stakeholders, managers, and laborers. So to be cost-effective, resilient, and competitive in this ever-growing construction industry, we need to adopt the model of lean construction. This is from my
Thanks a lot, Sanjan sir. Thanks a lot for that, Doctor. And just taking it forward, so Mr. Chandar, how do you feel that lean construction can benefit the construction industry as such?
I think the first of all, we have to understand this word lean. We feel that this word lean is coming from lean construction, whereas I think the birth of lean construction is from lean manufacturing, the process of Toyota 50 years back. So it's first of all not a new concept. I think the way sir has mentioned 3 elements, they are very important. The main focus is to reduce wastage or reduce cost or eliminate the processes which are delaying the project. I feel that in today's, I'm working with Hiranandani. Now Hiranandani is wide, we have a wide diversified activities. We manufacture, we are in the process of constructing a residential house, we are in the process of constructing hospitals, we are in the process of constructing data centers, we are in the process of constructing malls. Now, what has happened that the moment we have decided or moment we have adhered to this lean, the moment we have pegged down to this lean construction principles,
right?
I think the reduction of wastage or elimination of wastage and all those things are very good. But I think one thing which really we can learn from this lean construction is how to bring newness. That's one. Every customer wants something new, whether it's a residential customer or a mall customer or a hospital customer or anything else what we have done. Now, bringing newness to this concept would be lean. I personally feel that if first element is the newness, second element would be, do we respect people who are going to produce for us? And third, of course, the reduction of cost. Of course, all said and done, unless and until we scale up to the next level, how we are able to improve the efficiency of all my aspects. These are very, very important in making the lean construction, and that these are the benefits. Now, unfortunately, what has happened that the process of getting things done gets stumbled by, for example, I want to be on time, delivery on time, which is RERA has again brought the deadlines very categorically. Of course, these systems have just come recently, but construction industry being the oldest industry on this earth. So I personally feel that some things which stifles the innovation, some things which brings obstacles are to be thought or to be brooded very scrupulously from the perspective of giving value to the customer. Value in the sense, if a person is buying a house, Hiranandani house, he would be asking one thing. He doesn't ask now. If a price is A and if a price is X, after 5 years, it becomes 2X. And then after some years, it becomes 4X. They have experienced whether it's a residential complex or the way we have done the data centers or the way we have done hospital, unless and until we add value from the customer's perspective, saying that I'm staying true to the principles of lean principles will not really give results. So enhancing efficiency, increasing value, reducing cost, respect for people, elimination of processes which are stifling the next level of producing on time. These are some of the benefits, and we have to see from a wider perspective that am I able to meet the customer's need from every aspect. Well, everybody would be wanting to have a price which is very price competitive, the world, whether you purchase a house or whether you go to hospital. And today our customers are very big in nature because we are in the process of leasing also. So everybody wants to have a reduction in the price. And eventually, if we don't have that sort of a mindset, I think lean is more towards the mindset. Lean is more towards bringing newness. Lean is more towards respect for people who are going to be producing good results. And see the lean concept from Toyota, which was lean manufacturing. Now, in lean manufacturing, there are certain things which are not as per lean construction. They are very established and codified or repeated sort of things. Whereas in construction, every product is prototype. In construction, in my field, every activity is prototype, which believes in standardization, but which always wants to have something on the table for the first time. So the innovation and creativity, what we bring in construction of even same residential building A to B, we try to have some amount of newness in that so that there is something, the taste bud is we give to the customer what the customer has not even thought of. So we really bring the delightment to the customer that these are the things which you have not even thought of. So whether it's the process gets revolutionized by the idea of digital world coming into construction. Earlier, the perception was the construction India is a Bania organization, not organized. All those things have become old school of thoughts. Now today, construction industry is very professional, very organized, delivering things what the customer even has not asked for, and such type of things if you are implementing in day-to-day life. Because, for example, if I was not eating Maggie 15 years back. Today, my kid and I also want Maggie, the newness, the habit in staying, habit in eating, habit in dressing, everything, every walk of my life, I believe that something has to be brought which makes me happy. So the concept of reduction of cost, of course, reduction of waste, of course, but making things, the quality of life has to be better. So lean construction would bring the quality of life better. I think that's what I'll finish with this question, and I think my fellow colleagues can highlight.
Thanks a lot, Chandra. I think your input was quite valid, right? And we do understand like the construction, the benefits of this. But then understanding the benefits of this. So Abhishek, my question goes to you. Why there are difficulties or challenges in implementing the lean construction if they're so beneficial as what we have talked of? Even the panel before this was discussing on the same thing. Why do you find that there are difficulties or challenges in implementing this lean construction?
In general, any project implementation is little upwards of 4 years of time frame. When I say implementation period, I start my time frame from the day the project is conceptualized till the project handover. And 4 years is the kind of minimum time frame that we're talking about. Now, during this time frame of 4 years, there are various dynamic market forces that are acting on a project. Can be a statutory bylaw change, revision in statutory bylaws, can be a change in user requirement, can be a demand scenario change. Everything forces us to look back into our original plans. At many point of times, we have to review the design and go back to the drawing board while a certain percentage of deployment has already happened on the ground. Now, what happens is that on one side, you have people working on ground and there are some idle resources already lying there. At the same time, to meet the customer demands or the change in requirement because of whatever reasons, we go into revisions module. The moment you go into revision module, you run into time crisis. Now, to manage this time crisis, you land up doing some activities in crash period, and which forces you to ignore few of your processes and jump into the solutions as soon as possible. Now, what I believe one of the major deterrents of implementing lean as a lean concept is the kind of amendments or the kind of revisions we are bringing into the project during the project various stages of project implementation is one of the major things that pushes us back. By saying this, I'm not trying to say every activity is pushed back, but whatever extent can be saved should be saved, and my complete communication is within that extent. Beyond this part of revisions that we bring into project implementations, many times many materials become obsolete during the project implementation. We have to understand that the project timeline of 4 years, 5 years, 6 years is considerably a long period of time when we talk about the material changes or design changes or market changes that's happening. Many times the technology becomes, there's a huge technological interventions that comes in which abrupts the original plans and thought process. That also pushes us back to go back to the drawing board. Many times there is an unwillingness of the stakeholders or the resources who are deployed on the site or project implementation to take up these concepts to bring into the project management. There is lack of communication between the stakeholders also contributes to the implementation process of lean. But I strongly believe that one of the major deterrents is the changes or the revisions that come into project implementation during various phases of project.
Okay, I just because I'll just get back to Chandra, because Chandra was pointing out to like the benefits of this one. So any points you want to add to this, Chandra, on what Abhishek has just said? You're on mute. You're on mute again. You're struggling that. The left-hand side of the screen is the.
Yeah, I'm doing.
No. Yeah.
I think what I have to add up one more point. What we have experienced, for example, Hiranandani, the main designer is Hafiz, and many times we saw that why it was becoming difficult in implementation and delivering the product on time. The design architecture design itself gets changed number of times. So, for example, my building is 30-story. So the first design comes, which is only 0 to 7 story, and then once the construction starts, there is a difference between the drawing what is being mentioned or being given by the designer. Then it goes to the municipal drawing, and then it comes to the execution team. So the alterations which keeps on happening in the process of 0 to 7 floor also stifles and delays the project. So it's difficult. And then understanding of the execution team which is sitting on the site and changes which are happening on the table of whichever, whether it's an in-house design team or external design team, these were the things of past. Now things have streamlined.
Streamline the process. Streamline the process is what you're talking about.
Yeah, the process have been streamlined, and I think we have learned a very hard way that how to really make my first customer happy, which is much before than the customer who is the real customer. So if streamlining process, if the mindset is there to do that, things are possible. And I think we have experienced that now we are able to keep on the deadlines, which is one of the reasons that why it stifles or it delays the project and it becomes difficult to implement. Sure. And of course, the grapevine on which the red tapeism or bureaucracy or such type of things are making the process delayed. And understanding the client's perspective and what I have to deliver, many times the client doesn't know what we are going to do, what we are going to give. I'm not talking about residential complex. I'm talking about, say, data centers. Right. So data center, the specs are we are in the process of constructing data centers. Data centers, the specs are given very vigorously. And now, over and above that, what we can give is the delightment, what is to the customer. Our clients are all international clients, maybe whoever, I can't name anyone, but our clients are very different type of expectations they have. So such type of processes, if they get stifled, the time deadlines get defeated. So we have to work on that. And again, the element of are my people trained to have these lean practices or principles being implemented? Is there a sufficient amount of training been imparted to them? So if there is a shortcoming in that, again, process gets delayed. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for your input. So to talk of people, I would now move on to Ramesh. So Ramesh, what do you feel like HRM implications of lean construction in the construction industry? So what do you feel will be the implication of that one? What do you feel is the industry going towards? Ramesh?
Yeah. For success of anything that gets implemented, call it by any name, TQM, TPM, we've had the quality movement, all of it. I mean, lean is also one such thing. I think deep down, it has to be accepted as a philosophy. Yeah. And one of the big implications on people is it cannot, this action cannot be devoid of people. You have to take people into account while doing it, and for deep down getting it accepted into the organization. And this learning also comes from history. For a long time, Taylorism or the scientific method of production went in. It actually boosted mass production, and very successfully, industries in Industrial Revolution 1, Industrial Revolution 2, a lot of change happened between that in terms of mass production. But one thing, very soon they found out that the other side, trade unionism and the other impacts started coming in, which started dropping the productivity. Now, so that lean doesn't get caught up into anything like that, it's early on to marry both the human side as well as the technology or technique side of what is there. And that's the first primary thing that has to be accepted in any organization in doing it. And in doing any change in the organization, of course, it's critical to involve people and bring them into account. Lean also has a flip side that perhaps has been seen. It's a very tailored way of approach, right? You have to do certain things in a very particular way, and if it is too straitjacketed, leaving less amount of work for creativity, experts may not find it really, other than the consultants who come fix up the system and go away. Experts to come into that system and work may not find it very exciting. And that's also been one of the charts. So organization has to keep that into mind, saying that how do we, my existing engineers, my bright designers in the organization, how do we keep them alive? Second most important, this in any organization is, how does the leadership, the owners, the leaders in the organization see to it? If there is a dilemma, to choose or not to choose, what stand gets taken there is a big feature of its success going back into the organization. And I would say it's it's an intervention needed from also the human relations or human resource side to be done. And that's something which I see as a very important aspect coming here. In the implementation stage, if I briefly touch upon in the implementation, let's say an organization has decided to go for lean and started working on the lean method. During the implementation stage, it's very important to keep the people side of it alive, because what typically happens in most organizations is your old ways of working are working in parallel, and most of the supervisors up the line, up the ladder, keep measuring that, while there is one set of people who keep beating the same people to say implement the new things. Now, how is that impacting the people? Is there a dichotomy? Is there a conflict? Is there a long working hours that they are, all of those will start impacting on how the organization wants to see it. That sensitivity is very important in doing it. More important is, do we have the right kind of people who know the subject and who also know the transition in the organization to make it happen? Yeah, that is very crucial of the people who work, not people who come with a short-term mind of saying, let me fix it and go away. Take a 3-month project, but somebody who's going to live inside and stay on. And there is also one very stated, numerous research have gone on to this of saying, on one hand, you say that you must empower people and get a lot of them. On the other side, it's a very straitjacketed approach of saying that you follow within these rules. So how do you blend creativity and that? How do you unleash creativity and how do you unleash them to be able to do more or make modifications within the common philosophy? I think that's a challenge which organizations will continually face as we go along on these. I'm not touching on the challenges that arise out of, what Mr. Chandar, Mr. Abhishek also mentioned earlier of design changes and the changes in what the client asks for in the organization. That itself puts a pressure back on the organization because you have a system that is rigid. On the other, you have requirements that come for changes. And that strain on the organization is tremendous to manage. Ultimately, it is those people who suffer, the engineers who have to execute it. And that's an important element to how the how part of it needs to get addressed. Broadly, I would put these as implications, not touching on the numerous small elements that keep coming every day in the course of work life.
Right. Thanks for your input, Amish. Just because what happens is we are touched on the manpower as well. So the next thing what comes to my mind is there's a question which has come in as well, popped up a question as well. What is the significance of the supply chain management for construction, right? And I put it up to Mr. Dr. Sushant. Yeah, if you could answer on that one, throw some light on it.
Yeah, it's a very good area because without supply chain, the raw material will be in their place and the end user will be in the different place.
Right.
So I'm quoting with the very nice information I'm sharing with the 6th annual survey of the owners from it is the Construction Management Association of America, 2013. They have mentioned a very nice thing. While the cost of steel and cement are making the headlines, the less publicized failures in the management of construction projects can be disastrous. So what is the message in this comment? We are not talking about the just material, methods, equipment, and contract documents. We are talking about how we work to deliver successful capital projects and how we manage the cost of inefficiency. So lean construction projects mainly centered on field construction activities. Yet the raw material procurement in the right quantity, with the right quality, transport the raw material and distribution part, and its delivery are the measure in the value stream of lean construction. In 2008, Jimmer has published in his research paper. Waste and inefficiency in the lean construction supply chains are still evident throughout the construction value chain, still now. And lean supply chain would greatly eliminate these inconsistencies and help to achieve the desired best quality in the construction, the lean supply chain, or you can say construction supply chain practices. So what actually here we are doing in the supply chain area? Supply chain is taking care the manufacturing process, the production process, the construction, side by side inventory, your transportation, quality, everything. It is associated with the whole. So when the lean approach, the pool technologies govern the flow of information and materials from upstream to downstream. What we are doing previously, what we are doing, only push techniques governed by the release of the information and materials. These are the information, these are materials. In this hisab se you have to construct your building. Now, it is a customized, it is a pull-based, not post what we have to do that as per the stock we have. Because nowadays the customers are totally, their choices are too much, their varieties are more, and they are also impatient. They need the very soon they will deliver, but they will get the product. So choices also nowadays, day to day, is all different. And capacity and inventory should come in the supply chain. Capacity and inventory adjusted to observe the variation. That term I have used, the word Mura, non-uniformity. Sometimes inventory is too much, high carrying cost. Unnecessary material stocking in your yard. Okay. Sometimes delay. There is no supply chain proper coordination with the supplier, and this pandemic has given us a very good session. Some things as banned from that supplier. Now we are thinking offshoring to the reshoring. Yes, it is. We are getting this imported material from far means that from European countries. Now we are thinking where can it available from Singapore, yeah, Korea, yeah, Thailand nearby. Offshoring to reshoring concept. Then here what we are doing, the feedback loops include every level help ensure the minimal inventories and rapid system response. And lean construction basically is developing a new form of the commercial contracts to give the incentives to the supplier for the reliable workflow and optimization at the deliverable to the client level. So I can conclude that basically in the supply chain in this case, owners, architects, designers, engineers, constructors, suppliers, and end users are the different input and links in the supply chain for a successful lean construction. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. I'll just get back to Abhishek. So Abhishek, we have talked a lot on the link, and I think so this particular topic is under discussion for the past 1 hour, more than an hour. So how do you feel that this particular lean construction, this initiatives, how can we sustain it?
I would like to categorize my answer in 3 broad baskets, right? The first basket being a proper design management. When I say proper design management is we should try and possibly spend more and more time on drawing table rather than jumping on the ground before we are ready to do it. How it helps us is to streamline many of the supply chain issues, many of the details issues, and many of the construction issues on the drawing table itself. That's the first point.
Right.
The second point is if we can stick to some repetitive modules of constructions. By that I mean, for example, if we can limit the sizes of the openings of windows or doors or say floor heights, what happens that you reduce your wastages into that, you improve your supply chain processes, and then you save on time also.
Right.
The third thing is that if we are able to use some of the tools and techniques like use of BIM, which is very much prevalent these days, bringing Primavera or tools like MSP more and more integrated with our design and planning processes, I think lean techniques can become more and more sustainable. That was the first basket that I was trying to describe. The second basket comes as with regards to resource deployment. In resource deployment, there is 2 types of deployment we're talking about. A is the machinery and B is the human resource we're talking about. Now, the tools like Primavera or maybe this MSP help us to deploy the machinery on time, maybe a few days before the time, and not keeping it idle and utilizing in some other places. One of the major things that we have also observed or noticed is that you should have the right people at the right place to handle your projects. If there is a competence issue happening either at the project level or at the deployment level of the laborers, you tend to land up into some kind of wastages and losses. The third basket I would like to put is a more general basket is awareness of the wastage. Many times we talk about the wastages, but I'm not sure how many companies or how many projects do document the quantum of wastage at regular intervals and share it with all the stakeholders just as a piece of information so that everyone becomes aware on that aspect. Say the project tenure is 5 years, 7 years. The wastage happens right from the day 0, and say every 6 months as a project management team, we evaluate and quantify this wastage in the last 6 months was this much, and we like to reduce in future. The team becomes aware and more proactive and tries to make an effort to reduce it. And at the end of the project, it should become a kind of document, not to criticize or put fingers across the tables, but just to tell everyone we could have probably saved this. I am sure wastage cannot be 0, but certainly can be reduced to a bare minimum level, which it can be. So awareness is one of the important things that I would like to put across the table. And certainly one of the most important things is involvement of top managements deep into these kind of construction practices. So lean may not be a concept of lean and putting tools and techniques, but in practice, if we can bring in the concepts of lean, I think we would be able to make it more sustainable in coming days. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Abhishek. And my last question will go to Mr. Ramesh. So understanding the advantages of lean construction, why do you think is not well adopted in Indian firms. So why do we still see that particular lack in terms of adopting the process?
Often these decisions get made on the cost benefit kind of a thing at the very bottom. I mean, it's okay to do without it, and it seems to be working well so far. I mean, it's not in that sense a very cost competitive industry.
Right.
Yeah. What I mean is a consumer product, if I sell for 10 rupees a unit, there could be a competitor selling for 950 or 9, and there is an immediate decision that happens in terms of buying. Here, it's a slightly more complex factor of buying. So there isn't immediate pressure on that count to be competitive as we see in manufacturing. Having said that, I think a shift to any system needs a huge change in our own mindset, right? As an organization, I have to deeply believe in it, and I have to deeply believe in, yes, this is going to, even if the belief comes in saying that this will make my organization robust for the next 100 years, is good enough for a starting point to say that it is there. I think the Indian industry is going through a lot of flip-flops itself in terms of regulations, in terms of the changing market scenarios. We just had the pandemic that created some kind of an impact. All of those have kind of pushed this slightly to a backseat in taking it up. Organizations now also, if they want to take it up, is the landscape uniform? Because I might invest a huge thing in doing it, while my competitors won't do it and still get away with it, because doing this is a cost. So I think somewhere it's a play of industry, regulatory, and the social requirement. For example, certain industries, the social audits became an essential part of it. The declaration of it, the ISO 18000 that you have to do it, and it became a system to do it. For example, all garment manufacturers who export, they have to go through that regulation, give a social audit certificate to say that they've done it. Now that's a regulation and that's a client requirement also. Here, neither the client is demanding, nor your suppliers are equipped enough. You might do all of that, but your suppliers are not equipped to deliver that just in time, or kind of manage the reliability on the supply chain. All of that has to come into play together. Having said that, will we never make it? No, I think there are always, everything has small beginnings that need to start happening. And I think some of the experiments, taking off from what Mr. Abhishek was saying a short time back, I recall, we used to have a tower crane, and a tower crane you don't measure its efficiency. It's basically to supply items from one point to another. Sure. And then we put a young engineer to say that, what do we do for efficiency? And that guy did a wonderful pattern of saying that, how will I reduce its, the non-use time? And the whole pattern of how material got moved from one end to another, including those that were not being transported using a tower crane, got moved onto that. So there are ways, you reduce its time, you increase its life. All of those are some things, small things that can keep doing using the lean techniques. But as a massive scale to do it as an organization, I think there are much more broad-based areas needed. And that's today's challenge that the entire industry is facing.
I remember doing all of that stuff almost a decade back. So, one of our projects of measuring the efficiency of the tower cranes, because we had a lot of tower cranes on the job. We are running 50 tower cranes on the job. So how do we really get the efficiency out of it, and how do we really manage? That's one thing. So there are a lot of ways we can improve the efficiency. I think so. We are running out of time. I'll pick up a couple of questions which have come in. I think so. One is from Alisha, where she has brought in. My question would be, what type of training will be required by the future workforce to be up to date with the lean construction? I think so. I'll open it up to the panel. Somebody wants to respond on that.
Okay, let me take a pitch of it. We'll need two sets of, one set of experts who know what lean is and what needs to be implemented. They'll need to be qualified people. They will need to be qualified and experienced people. One is having a lean is, and the other is also know how it is practiced or implemented. That's one set of people. The others, I think, is to train our people within, because it's not, you begin by training, how do you work in that system? It's not about knowing the system. Awareness is important, but that can be built as we go along on the awareness of the overall system. Just the chain of what I do, how do I need to do it differently, and what impact will I make? I think that's important for that to be communicated.
I think I would like to add one more point. I think from the student's perspective, what we do at Hiranandani and what we expect the management trainees or the students to have a sound belief. We have really pegged down to this concept of Kaizen. It very categorically says that Kai and Zen means Kai means change, and Zen means the process of improvement, which is going to be sort of continuous. So if the Kaizen has to be implemented and the way it is being done, the mindset of the management trainee or the person who wants to do has to have a sound belief that yes, I have to improve. And that is one. If you don't scale up in terms of if your learning curve is not very fast, then you will not be according to the time. And construction industry is also changing very rapidly. So you have to have a belief that I have to improve, continuous improve, daily improve, and we have to ask this question: what I was there 15 days back or a month back, and now what I am in terms of AB, whatever the critical attributes of your growth or the traction is being identified, we have to answer, the student has to answer that, am I able to cope up with A, B, C, and D, which is the expectation of the market? And if you are not able to, if I don't have that sort of a mindset, then I will lose the race. So you have to be very clear. Change for betterment. So if I don't believe this change for betterment and Kaizen, I won't be able to really do the learning. So once I believe that, then possibly the skills what are to be expected from the student will automatically match the requirement of the construction industry.
Right. And there's one question, Dr. Shriyanta, we discussed on the supply chain management. So there's one question from Dr. Biswajit, which mentions about subcontracting issues, procurement and contracts, lack of lean awareness, culture, commercial pressure, and financial issues, to name a few. What are the possible solutions to these barriers, and to what extent it is being implemented at present? Is the question.
Yeah, it's a very nice question. Yeah, because you have mentioned there are different challenges, barriers you are facing. The lean in the construction industry, subcontracting issues, procurement and contracts, lack of lean awareness, then your culture, commercial pressure, and financial issues. So very few have mentioned. Okay. What are the different solutions? Okay, now you see the solutions will be different from country to country. You see, right. Each country having their different work culture, right, different technological capability, or venture capital, you can say, and R&D also.
Right.
Our research and development. Either we are two types of R&D. Either we are importing from outside, or within our research and development we are using. So it's a better prospect if we both survey to the different type of construction industry. Different. We'll develop a questionnaire using the different barriers, and we will allow them, like Mr. Chandra Thapari, great person, the great experience from the older in front with us, Mr. Ramesh Agnihotri research, Mr. Deepak also, and Abhishek. It will be better which barrier they are facing out of, suppose there are four you have mentioned. Subcontracting issues, procurement, contracts, lack of lean awareness, culture, commercial pressure, financial issues. If you just frame a questionnaire, you just tie up with these, collaborate with these construction great experts, so that they will share their views as per their experience. Okay, ranking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or these are in the same rank, and then you can say these are the number one ranking. Then after that, once you get, suppose the material issues, or you can say the procurement and contracts issues is important. Then what are the different procurement alternatives? Different existing are there, and which one is the benchmarking we have to find out. Then what is the gap? The benchmarking and yours. We have to find it out. So how to minimize the gap? Now I'm just heading to Mr. Deepak Shivarna, and he is experienced older the construction industry. He will say, what are the different solutions you are doing? And Mr. Thapar also with me and Mr. Ramesh also. Please, sir. It's a very nice question.
No problem.
I think one-liner would be the process of getting things delayed or process of not timely, which is not the case right now. In case if we have to track back years back, I think the motto was always for betterment. The alterations or delay was happening only that I should bring something new, I should bring something value added. And I think if the delay is happening, even in the supply chain management, intention was only one. Whether it's a designer or executive, the engineer or person who's sitting on the table to draw up the blueprint, everybody's intention was only one: how to add value to the customer, how to become better. That's the one-liner. I think if that is the belief in the perception of the executor and the expectation of the customer, that I have to do what I did last was a little bit better than last, I think that my purpose is
continual improvement is a continual improvement journey. That's right.
Yes, that is continuous improvement.
I think so. I'll just take a last question because we are running out of time, and that is to you, Doctor, because it's from one of your students only. What is the role of mechanical engineering graduates in lean construction area? So I was just taking up that as the last one.
Mr. Abhi P. Reddy was the mechanical engineer, let me tell you, who was just moderator of the previous session. He's academia, he's an industrialist, he's the construction entrepreneur. You see, you have to design everything from air condition to everything, the supply chain control, controlling the supply chain, methodology, and everything is in your hand. And I am I'll
that's what. So because from a mechanical engineering perspective, I think so there is a lot of potential, right? All the MEP services in a building or in anything is from you. So you add a lot of values. I think so I sit down with most of competent individuals where I think so you can cut down a lot of costs and you can earn a lot of value, right? And that is what all the production is all about, right? Getting
construction itself is getting mechanized.
Yeah.
Two CHRO with us, two CHRO. They can tell.
Construction itself is getting so mechanized.
True.
I think that is where the future. Construction is not the conventional construction.
So
the amount of equipment, if you see, a typical construction company used to have 20 years ago, 5 years ago, and today. I think that profile itself will completely change.
It has moved from a mechanized sector to the construction sector. That's the way it is, right? So you're talking about production thing coming up and where lean management came into picture, and that's now moving on to the construction sector. That's where the learning is coming from. Thank you. I think so. The organizers. So are we supposed to? Is there anything else to be done at this particular point of time, or can we continue? I think they will continue. I think they will go on for an hour more.
Over to Professor Mohibullah. Professor.
Yeah, thank you. Wonderful session. Now I would request Amritunjay sir to give word of thanks.
Oh, hi. Thanks, Professor Mohibullah. Control your sound, please. The last session was the lean constructions for Industry 4.0. That's a big debate, and yeah, this 1 hour thoughtful sessions give a lot of far-sightedness and a good penetrative sessions as such. So, I mean, we have a lot of learning, and all the questions have been archived, and very, I mean, in a very sensitive way, we'll have to see the relevance, and we have to definitely send it across to the panel members. As part of my role to cast the vote of thanks, I would extend our gratitude and the heartfelt thanks to Mr. Chandra Thapar, Mr. Abhishek Singhal, Mr. Ramesh Mitrogotri, and yeah, thanks to Mr. Deepak for a very, very insightful and a very, very precise moderations. We certainly take a huge amount of learning, and what really actually excites us is the huge amount of disseminations of knowledge, learning, And it is really, I would use a word over here. It's a spread out stanch learning for the students, for the faculties, for the research associates, for the corporate members, and for all of us. And it has been packed and it has been designed in this day altogether. So we have around 20 panelists speaking about both the topics, and it has been archived. I would certainly extend the thanks to the support systems, those who have made this event very, very successful. My thanks goes to the back screen team, the team of corporate relations, my colleagues, the member of School of Civil Engineering, including Dean, Director, and the students, the School of Mechanical Engineering, the School of Electrical Engineering, and the university leadership team, Professor Kumar, Professor and Director Saroj Kumar Mahapatra, and Professor Saranjit Singh. So this is how we learned a lot, and we could come out a possibility that we can hold a program like this where we can have the debatable topics and the panels, and we can handle and we can definitely get to know the learnings from the industry leaders. So with this, let me bring it closer to the session, and I would request Professor Moib to give a closing remark. And thanks a lot, sir, all the panel.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Mrityunjay. It's been privilege being a convener of this entire conclave. I would extend the heartiest thanks to all the guests, all the panel members, giving insights to the topics. It was well taken. We discussed, we shared a lot of knowledge about digitization, and then we discussed about lean construction. We are very hopeful that we will further have such kind of sessions, and we'll try to understand what exactly as an academician or what exactly from the industry we can do something new. Now I would like to thank all the viewers, all our students who patiently being with us throughout the session. And I would like to thank all the members who helped me in organizing this event. Yeah, that's it. It's already 2 o'clock.
Thank you so much. I thanks Professor Sushant Tripathi. It's my mistake, my wrong. I left your name, Professor. Thanks for making these sessions very, very live. And I think this is a closer of the sessions. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thanks, sir.